Hello there, folks, and welcome to session 99 of The Tides of Chaos. I am, of course, your DM of Doom, Son of Asgard, or World Tree Quests here on Twitch and YouTube. And with me today, we have got my amazing cast. We have got Just Dan, we've got Charlie 182.0, we've got Ruthless Rogue, and we've got Big Gilly Styles, who is currently hidden from us.
I'm here, I'm just stuffing my face real quick.
He be munching! No.
I'm not munching at all, I'm just swallowing.
No time for chewing.
But what did I say? I think that's exactly, I was stuffing my mouth full and just swallowing.
Yeah,
How
I mean, what else would you
dare
do?
you?
There was nothing else that I would have my camera off for anyways. I mean, I'll be ready, I'll be back.
I don't know how to go on. How do I bounce back? How do I financially
What happened last
recover?
week? Somebody tell us.
Yeah, what happened?
Your hair is just wonderful. You're giving Wanda Maximum and Multiverse of Madness. You're totally eating right now.
So, I don't have any housekeeping, guys, so I'm just going to put it out there and ask, what happened last session?
Note keeper.
Okay. So after beating the dragon that was given to Vlaakith by Sylas, we finished up the battle. Leonid was really hoping to get in one more holy breath to resurrect all fallen allies. It did not end up panning out, and that's okay, because he did real good. He took down a dragon as a dragon. We're very impressed. So we got what allies we could back up. Unfortunately, I think that the only one that we completely lost was our Mind Flayer friend, whose name
Yes,
slightly blanking on.
Ulderman. Ulderman.
Yeah.
He did unfortunately not make it.
After that, Tovar chose to separate from us, and I believe that apart from that, we still have our friend the Werebear, we have Minsc and Boo, and that might be.
You still have Layla, you still have Minsc and Boo, you still have Falkner.
Falkner. Yep. So at this point, we kind of took a look at each other and went, we're in no state to go fight Vlaakith stands. We are severely underpowered. We have used all of our biggest abilities on getting to this point, holding off the dragon. We need a little help. And so two discussions began. There was either make a deal with Talos' father or try to strike one with Oberon. Between the two, somehow the deal with the devil was preferable. Talos went, talked to her dad, Diabol, his name is, and decided to embrace part of her infernal legacy and became a synchronous.
No, I became part fiend.
You just became part fiend. You didn't do a class change or anything.
No.
I'm tripping.
Talos has a book which is essentially the blood magic version of the Book of Veiled Darkness or Book of Exalted Deeds. And
Gotcha.
if they continue to study that, then they will have the ability to dip into more and more blood magic. And part of it is linked into their infernal blood. They will have easier access to it because of their infernal blood. But no, the transformation was purely the fiendish transformation type. It was nothing to do with the blood magic.
Right. So Talos got hotter, which we didn't really know was possible, considering she already won the hottest competition against Leonid. Oh wait, no, he won that, except Sylas doesn't believe that still. My bad.
Some people are in denial. Leonid's beauty is a thing that only some higher beings can comprehend.
It's great. The answer to that is it's okay. You can be wrong.
You are allowed to be wrong. It's okay.
Oh, we lost your sound, Charlie. There it is.
But yeah, so we struck the deal, and basically, someone was going to have to give something up. So naturally, instead of any of the four of us taking personal accountability, we shoved an NPC in there so that this didn't have any personal repercussions on us. Falkner went in and made a deal so important that I don't even remember what he gave up.
I do.
That's me as being a bad note-taker, though.
Falkner gave up the quote-unquote aesthetic way of saying it is that Falkner gave up the horizon. But basically what he did was he gave up the ability to continually and freely avoid responsibility in pursuit of the next adventure.
That's right.
The mechanical aspect of it is he has to put his name into the ring in consideration for the position of the next Pirate King. Essentially giving him all the power and all the freedom that a monarch could have, but to be eternally chained to a desk.
Yep. Yeah,
Leaving space.
Which sucks for Falkner, if you know him, because he is such a wild card, and freedom has been his big thing. But who needs freedom when you have Sylas? So we struck a deal, we got all of our spell slots back. Before we did that, we pumped everything we had left into healing ourselves, and Freya's chasing her tail in the background. That was so cute. Oh my god. I give up.
We entered into combat with Vlaakith after that point, and the combat went fairly... It started off pretty shaky when the party realised that Vlaakith can deal out a whopping 60 odd damage on the aspect of a bonus action. As actually one of my favourite clips, I was watching it back today, was when she used the bonus action of her dancing sword, had it attack Falkner twice, and then I went, okay, so Falkner is whacked for a total of not 62, sorry, it was 68 damage, and then it was just it was just Gil going, that's a bonus action. Yes,
Action economy, man. Action economy.
I do just want to make sure, last time I branded Vlaakith with my brand of the Chainer's Gaze.
Yes.
So she gets, so that is still in, because it's, whenever they're branded, whenever they make a saving throw, they must roll a 1d6 and just subtract the result. They remain branded for 1 minute. But the brand will disappear if they're knocked unconscious, enter hallowed ground, or is targeted by remove curse.
Yes,
so
and that has been on them for 2 rounds of combat. So
yeah,
they are still branded for...
Another 8 rounds?
48
no,
seconds.
I can't do math. 4 rounds.
48 seconds. No,
okay.
So another 8 rounds. Another 8 rounds, you were correct. 1 minute is 10 rounds. So 48 seconds they're still branded for.
Okay, cool. Oh, that's right. A round is 6 seconds, not 10.
Yes, which I find really weird. That's a really short amount of time for a lot of shit to happen.
Yep.
Eventually, the party started finding their feet, taking bits of damage here and there from everybody. And then it got to the very, very creative idea for Layla to do his very famous trick of summon my glamorous companion, then drop 2 prismatic walls. We ended it on a bit of an unsure note, kind of going the way of let's drop it, and then if it does come back, that there is a precedent for it standing up after the glamorous companion disappeared. We can always throw it back up and we'll continue on with the both of them going stage 2. I have spoken with DM friends of mine over and above, and the source of a spell no longer being present on that same plane of existence, unless stated otherwise within the spell or magical item's effect, causes the spell to disappear or to drop. So things like Glyph of Warding specifically states that is like a permanent thing. It's there until it's triggered. Whereas Prismatic Wall, that is not stated. So therefore, since it's summoned by the Glamorous Companion, when the companion went down, the wall went down. So it would just be the second wall, not the second wall. It's technically the first wall. The first wall going forward, but the two triggers of the first stage of each wall still happened. So we're just going on to only the singular second, third, fourth, fifth, and sixth stages of the first wall. Okay? So that's
Wasn't
what
it?
immediately.
I could be wrong here, but wasn't the walls layered? They weren't directly on top of each other. It was like one and then the other, because I don't think you can have two walls like simultaneously. Did she start the second wall? Because I thought she started the first wall, the inner wall, the companion wall. That disappeared about halfway through because she hit her stage 2. But I could be wrong. It's been months.
I think that might actually be what has happened, because I know there was 2 stages of damage being rolled. But I'm wondering if maybe that's just because I heard dice being rolled. I heard somebody saying this much damage, but that could have been subsequent damage she took from a previous state. So I'm going to DM rule that, because I can't be bothered traipsing through the YouTube video again. I'm going to DM rule that and say that we will just take it from the second stage of the first wall. So we'll just treat it as you said, wall then wall, rather than interspersed layers among the walls.
Okay, so right. Just start, basically she's going through the wall for the first time.
She's going through the second layer of wall 1, basically.
Second layer got it.
I have the number of hit points that she has at this moment in time anyway, so nothing's going to change damage-wise, nothing's going to change on how many hit points she starts with or loses consequently, because I had her last remaining hit total saved. So nothing changes no matter what we do, really. So we'll just go with the easiest thing, and that is that she's starting on the second, which I believe is the red
orange
wall? Orange.
One is orange. One is red, second is orange.
Second is orange. Cool. So we're going with the orange wall. That is what we're going to be starting with. As her second stage triggered, there was a massive expulsion of psionic energy that did take down, if I am correct in what I heard and what I noted down, Sylas, you're down. Minsc is down. Falkner and Layla still up. Falkner prone. Jacek still up, still grappling, therefore not prone. Talus,
good too.
Talus, I have noted, was in the air, is currently prone. And I have Leonid in the air, past, not prone.
I'm in the air prone?
No, you were in the air. You got hit by it, failed the save, and fell. So Talus fell, from what it was noted, Talus fell 30 feet. So you've already, that'll be some of the minor amounts of damage you've taken at this point.
Yeah.
Because you fell 30 feet and took 3d6 of bludgeoning damage on that. But yeah. That's what I've got, so... Yes, Talus, you have a question. I can tell by the look in your face.
Yeah, it doesn't state anywhere in the Chainer's Gaze that the brands can't be stacked. Can the brands be stacked?
I will look through the book and see if there's anything that states in what kind of things you can dole out, if they can stack up. Chainer's Gaze... I don't imagine there'll be something that will actually it might work like that. But before we get to that, I will get us back into the combat of things.
That's good.
So starting from where we left off, we're moving into the orange wall, or the orange layer, sorry, of the prismatic wall. So first and foremost, there is going to be, I believe it's 2 saving throws per layer. The first saving throw is going to be, if I'm correct, oh no, that's just
it's
if
only
you're blinded. Yeah, it's one
there's
per
only
wall.
one.
The initial one is if you're blinded. The creature has to make a dex saving throw or be affected by that layer's properties as described below. So, orange layer, dexterity saving throw from Vlaakith made at disadvantage, which is technically a it's just a standing roll with a 1d6 minus on that. So, as I roll this dice, we get back into it.
Let's kill her!
And the first d20 rolls right under the table,
Oh.
so it doesn't count. Okay, cool. So that is a 17 on the die, minus 2, which makes 15, for a total of 28.
What? Yes, that passes.
So
Aw,
that'll pass
nuts.
on that one. Does it say? I'm just double checking here.
They take half damage on all the damage ones, if I remember correctly. Yeah, half as much damage.
Yeah, creature take, yep, half as much damage. So 10d6 acid damage, please.
37 halved is what? 18?
37 halved would be 30
36.
Would be 15. Yeah, 36.
Well, 18. Sorry, you go down to. You just take down one and.
Yeah, that's what I was
Yeah.
thinking.
Okay, moving on to the second wall. Not the second wall, the third layer. Yellow.
Yellow.
Yellow. Okay. That one's not quite as powerful. That's a 10 on the die. Minus a 5, which makes a total of 5. Plus 13 for a total of 18.
That's a fail.
That will fail. Okay. I will put it out there right now, as it was revealed in the previous combat. She does have a resistance to lightning damage, so she'll be taking half damage anyway.
Aw, beans.
As a reminder as well, for the sake of resistances and immunities that have been figured out, resistances, she has already been discovered to have a resistance to lightning and necrotic, and immunities, you haven't figured out any, except condition immunities. You know that she is immune to the blinded condition, as well as the frightened condition.
Damage is 40 halved to 20.
40 half to 20.
Nice.
Moving on to the green layer, which is poison damage. Okay, I am not going to make a roll on this because she is immune to the poison damage. So there'll be no point in doing that because she's not going to take any of the damage on that. Which takes us right on to the blue layer of the wall. Let's roll that. That is a 12 on the d20 with a 5, which brings us to 7. 7 plus the 13 for the dex saving throw is a total of dirty 20.
Yeah, that passes.
So she will
Yes,
take
that
half
passes.
that damage.
43 halved to 21.
Becomes 21. She is also resistant to cold damage, as most undead are. So that 21 is going to go down again to 20, being half to 10. Moving us on to the 6th. Dexterity saving throw. Okay. Alrighty. So that is a 13 on the die. No, sorry, not a 13. That's a 3 on the die. Minus a 4 on the d6, which is technically a minus 1, meaning the total they rolled on the dex save is a 12. they are going to trigger one of their legendary resistances on this. They have, that is the second one they've used for a reminder of this current state of combat. Going into the final layer. That is cocked. On a failed save, the creature is blinded. Has to then make a wisdom save for the start of each of the turns. If it fails, that save creature transport another plane the GM's choosing is no longer blinded. Okie dokie. That minus that. Ugh, that could be. That is a total of 19.
Pizza, pizza.
Right, okie dokie. Is there any more layers to the wall? Is that all of them?
That is all of them.
That is all of them. Okay.
That being said, if I remember correctly, and Jacek, correct me on this, the goal was to grapple her and run back and forth on the wall. I don't know if it can proc more than once on a turn.
That's the plan. We're just gonna try and go in and out of the wall.
You tell me what that looks like in actuality, Brand.
I will. I mean, I'll check it. Can a creature be affected by prismatic wall more than once on each turn? From what I see here, yup, you would be able to. Each time that Jacek tries to force movement, so you can't technically do it as much as Jacek can move. You can do it as many times as Jacek can attack, because technically to move an opponent against their will uses an attack action. So you can't do it by going a foot each time and essentially doing it 35 times. I believe Jacek can attack 3 times per turn?
Twice normally.
Twice normally.
Hold on one second. I did not... I thought I hasted myself.
You are hasted.
Give me a second. Yes, so I am hasted.
So I believe with haste you could do it 3 times.
Yeah, I get... With the attack action, I get my attack, extra attack, and then the haste gives me 1 extra attack.
Yes, because we had this discussion last time because we were like, does it give me an extra action?
Yeah,
it's
specifically it's just an extra attack, which sucks.
Really does suck. Oops.
Is that a roll that he has to make, or now that he has it grappled, he can do it just 3 times?
So he still so he has to use the attack action to force them through. I don't. I will quickly double check it again just to make sure. I do think they get to make an athletics check or acrobatics check against it. But let me just go and let me double check it.
I always thought it was athletics versus acrobatics or athletics, right?
That's what I'm saying. So as you're initiating it, you use athletics. They get to use athletics or acrobatics against you.
Yeah.
Yeah. So they'll get to resist it. They'll get to use athletics or acrobatics to try and break out of it. So is that what you're going to be doing?
I mean, yeah. So Jacek's gonna see that, and he's just gonna like take her and try and like rip her back through, and then move I got plenty of enough movement to get her in and out, but the attacks to
enough.
force, yeah, the attacks to actually move her. So I'm assuming you still want me to make. I have to make the attack, forego the damage to make the roll, right?
I think the way it works is you don't make an attack roll. You make an athletics
I just use the
roll.
athletics roll instead. Cool.
Yes.
Then I'm gonna do that. Let's go.
She will use. She doesn't have athletics or acrobatics, but her highest stat out of strength and dexterity is her dex, so she'll use that.
Doesn't she have disadvantage on dex or something?
She doesn't have to. It's not an attack roll though. She's making. It's technically an ability check.
We can't hear you.
You're muted. She's
Sorry, I put her at disadvantage to all things involving dex. It is disadvantage on ability checks and saving throws using that ability. So she has disadvantage on dex. Sorry.
It was the same dice roll either way.
Oh, okay, cool.
What I am gonna say though is before I do that, I am gonna use a bonus action to channel divinity as a peerless athlete. So for the next 10 minutes, I have advantage on athletics and acrobatics checks. The amount I can carry, push, drag, and lift is doubled, and the distance of my long and high jumps is increased by 10 feet.
Okay.
Gotcha. Magic ability, holy powered lifter.
Yeah, basically, I'm just like, hey, Satyrus, check this out. I'm swole!
Jim Bros for Satyrus.
Give me just a minute, guys. I can still hear you. I've got my earphones in. I'm just going to get a spoon.
Yeah. What's the it's, I was gonna say it's always sunny. What is the Full Metal Alchemist? The guy that's like
yeah.
super like buff.
Yeah, it's literally him.
Alexa? Is that it?
It might be Alexa actually, yeah.
I never watched Full Metal Alchemist, so I don't know.
How dare you
Armstrong
forget the name of Alex Louis Armstrong?
That one, Armstrong.
Alex Armstrong.
Except here's the thing.
Hey,
here's the thing, Brand.
Not Armstrong. He's not Armstrong.
All strong.
His
I am.
sister's Armstrong. He's
No, I am
he's Alex.
all strong. That would have been. Oh, that would have been a great Gorthrak moment. Armstrong. I'm all strong.
That is that's actually the name of a D&D character I played. That was his
All
pseudonym,
Strong?
was All Strong.
All
Because
Might?
he was just a D&D rip-off of All Might.
Well,
It was just
I'm
a
strong.
a Goliath fighter cleric paladin multiclass.
All right, Brand, you got your rolls.
I've got it here. I'm ready to roll.
Yeah.
I'm ready to
All
go.
right. So
What
the
you got?
first one, I got a 31, 19 on the
Okay.
die plus 12.
Yeah, they're not going to beat that. They're not beating that, no. So
Oh.
that is a...
Yeah.
What they get on that one with the disadvantage that was given by Talus, they got a 24.
On the first one, right?
That's on
Or
the
the
first
second?
one.
Oh, the first one. Okay. The second one, not so good.
Well,
But
let's do... If you've already rolled it, we'll go for it. But
I figured it'll be easier for you to figure out saves.
yeah. It's just because
Right.
they could bamf out of existence before the second one goes into effect. But we'll get it rolled anyway. We'll get it rolled
Yeah.
anyway.
So the second one, Brant, I still have an heroic inspiration on my sheet. I think that was from doing something funny as hell last
You
time.
do indeed,
I do remember
yes.
that.
Cool
So you have a
beans.
D10 that you can add to any roll.
I'm before or after I learn the result.
After you have rolled the D20, but before,
Yeah, but
you
before
know
I
the
know.
result.
So I'm gonna roll it here.
Mhm.
So I got a 6 on the 10. All right. I got a 24.
24. I will roll disadvantage. So the first roll is a nat 20. Just putting it out there, guys. Second roll. You can't fucking make it up. First roll nat 20. Second roll
Second roll,
nat
a nat
1.
something.
Yeah.
That one.
Let's go.
Yay for disadvantage.
Kelsey, one for that.
So that's 2 through. So we'll go with the third one just in case.
Wait, but didn't you already use the first one to throw her through once? So this is the second and third.
We just did the second.
No. You've already
Right, but,
used
like-
one to put her through the wall the first time.
Yeah. And didn't we just do it the second time?
So we've done the second and third time there.
She has.
Because we
I've
pushed
only
her
rolled twice.
Right, but the first time was last session when we pushed her through for the first time.
Oh, it's still my turn?
Yeah.
Oh! I did not know it was my turn still. I was
we
gearing
are
up.
currently at the bottom of round 3 of combat.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I was very confused.
Remind us what the initiative order is.
Of course I can. The initiative order is, in first place we have Falkner, second Vlaakith, third would be Minsc and Boo, but Minsc is currently down. Fourth would be Sylas, but Sylas is currently down. Fifth is Talus. Sixth is Layla. Seventh is Leonid, with Jacek bringing up the rear.
Ha.
Because, to directly quote yet another one of my favourite moments from last session, that was another Gil moment, was when people were going, Gil, what did you roll? I rolled a 6! Just the outburst of every time somebody said somebody's initiative roll, him just going, God damn it! And then I was going, so what did you get? And just the explosion of, I rolled a 6! So yeah, we are at the bottom of round 3 of combat.
Well, all right. I did 2 more walls, so why don't you 2 do some of the dice and saving throws, and we'll come back after this regularly scheduled cosmetic wall.
Yeah, I would recommend if anyone needs to get a snack now, go ahead. If you need to do some
I'm just gonna
short
pop
things like
them
your
all out
taxes.
really quickly. I'm just gonna pop them all out real quick. You're okay? So
Where's
here we
If you want, like,
go.
19 is the spell save DC. So
Okay, cool. That makes it a lot easier for me. Right, so we need to do the first one back to front. Okay, so first one is going to be Dex saving throw, D20, D6. That is a total of 23. So layer 7 does not take effect. Going into layer 6.
wait, why are we going backwards? Oh,
Because I
she's going to the other
pushed her
side.
through, she's
Yeah,
gotta go the
I'm
other
sorry.
way. Yeah.
That makes
That would be 11 plus 13, which is 24. So Indigo does not take effect. 18 minus 6 is 12, plus 13 makes 25, so blue is halved damage. If you could roll me 10d6 cold damage.
37.
37, she's resistant to cold damage. 37 becomes 36, which becomes 18, which becomes 9.
Got it. She's immune to poison, so you can just
She's
skip
into the
4.
poison, so 4's been skipped, which means that we are on to yellow, which is resistant. That becomes 10, 10 plus 13 makes 23.
Halved and halved is 9. I rolled 36. Halved is 18. Halved again is
Halved and
9.
halved is 9, thank you so much. So that becomes that. Full damage on orange.
Full 36.
Full 36.
Acid.
Half on fire.
18 again.
18 again.
Isn't that a movie?
Consistent.
Yeah, literally, I rolled like 36 to 37 like 3 times in a row.
Yeah. Okay, and then back the other way for the final pass through on this round. Nat 20, but minus 6 becomes 14 plus 13, 27. So half on fire.
21.
21 already halved?
Already halved, yeah.
Fantastic, thank you very much. Second layer, acid. That's a second nat 20, minus 6. So the exact same result, half on the acid.
Doesn't she have disadvantage?
But she has
Only on
advantage
dex.
against spell saving throws.
So it balances out. Or cancels
And
out.
she only has disadvantage on dex. The brand is just a minus 1d6 to rolls.
Okay, I think these are all decks, but yeah, it cancels out because of the spell, right?
Are they all dex?
They are all dex, but
Oh.
saving throws, disadvantage and advantage doesn't stack. So having double disadvantage against one advantage doesn't stack up. So they just cancel each other out, which means that a flat roll. But the Chainer's Gaze, that is what's given her the minus d6 on all of them. Yeah,
Pass
half on the
on, was it orange? Orange,
Yep.
so that's rolled 38, halved is 19.
19. So that brings us to that. This is a decent chunk of damage. Going into yellow, we are half damage at base. That is that's a 7 on the die, minus 1 on the d6, which is 6. 6 plus 13 makes 19, which is a meets it, beats it.
Halved is 9.
9.
Quartered.
Going into 4, which is poison, so we're ignoring. Going into 5, which is cold, so we're at half again. That is going to be a fail with a total of 16. 7 minus 4 makes a total of 3 plus 13 makes 16. So full damage, half damage on the cold.
Well, half damage, so 19. No, wait, I'm sorry, 18.
18? Okay. Okay, into the two that really make or break it. Indigo. Indigo is going to be a pass. 13 minus 3 plus 13 is a total of 23. And then Violet. Violet is also going to be another pass. 19 minus 1 is 18. 18 plus 13 makes 31. For a grand resounding total of 237 damage being done on all 3 pass-throughs.
Hell fucking yeah!
So, on this point, your Channel Divinity is your bonus action. Thank you very much for the shiny and gold that's just been redeemed. I'll be sure to up that if we get through this.
If you scroll up just slightly, it's Wingle saying, "Charlie, stop being lazy, get up," and redeeming a give him some health as well.
Charlie's also been given health, so Charlie, 4d4 plus 4.
He just gets that right away?
Yep, he gets it the moment that it's rolled
Hell
for.
yeah!
I just love the idea of just some like otherworldly voice just whispering in silence. He's like, "Hold on, I'm good, barely."
But that was my mom. It's okay.
So, that's been your action utilised, and a very fucking effective action it has been. Your bonus action was used for your Channel Divinity. Yep.
Yeah.
Is there anything else?
That's all I got. I'm
That's all
keeping
you
her right near that wall.
Okay.
I guess I would just say that I position her so that she's ready to be right next to the wall.
That's absolutely fine. So it's then going to go to... She is going to legendary action at the end of your turn.
Yeah.
And that legendary action, she's going to use 2 of her available 3 actions to cast a spell. And the spell that she's going to cast... it's not going to take away from one of her spell slots, as she can cast it 3 times a day for free. She's going to cast Misty Step.
What a bitch.
Counter spell.
Oh,
At what level, my friend?
Ooh.
You know, we're gonna do a chill level 3.
A chill
Base.
level 3. I think that's actually enough. Because this is coming from. This isn't her casting a spell using a spell slot. This is an innate ability she has. Therefore, it's cast only at the basic level, and the basic level is a second level spell. So your counter spell.
Actually, I'm so sorry. I'm gonna take that back because I just remembered I only have one reaction, and I'm worried she's gonna do something worse later. Is that okay? If I already said it, so if it goes through, that's okay. I'm okay with that.
I mean,
But...
I am not a DM that's going to hamstring you by the fact that, oh no, wait, I said this. JSIC is the last round of combat, so you could reaction here, and then, oh no, wait, no, because it's at the beginning of your turn, you get your capabilities back.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I mean, I'm not going to hamstring you by it. You can choose to take it back if you want to. It's up to you.
Real quick, how helpful will it be for Vlaakith to be grappled on her turn? Will that really make any difference?
Realistically, it's not going to do much because she can still just pop Misty Step as soon as she starts. This is just her doing it whilst keeping a bonus action. At the beginning of her next turn, she'll be able to... But literally, as soon as the legendary action passes, it goes to her turn, and she could just bonus action anyway.
I will retract my counterspell.
Okay, cool. So you retract the counter spell. Is anybody else going to do anything to it? Okay, so she's able to Misty Step 30 feet away.
Ugh.
Pussy.
How's she looking?
At the moment, she's looking a little bit... She's looking fairly roughed up. Not quite at the point of like, oh, we would want her to be... She's not like in a position that you'd want her to be in, but she's definitely showing signs of a bit of wear and tear.
Good.
It's now going to go to the beginning of her turn, which means I have some rolls to make.
Was she at the top of initiative? I thought there was someone before her. Maybe I'm trying.
Oh shit, actually, wait, you're right. No, it's
Falkner.
Faulkner's first. I do apologise.
Yeah.
I'm going to
Vlaakith?
go... I'm
Wait
just
a
gonna
second, bitch.
shut my mouth up.
Damn.
Fucking hell. He's real fucking carnivorous about this shit, like...
It's been a year. I'm ready for this bitch to be dead.
I'm as defensive of my D&D husband as my real one.
That terrifies me slightly. Okay, so it comes to Falkner. Falkner is... He's looked better, but he's definitely been in worse situations. But the first thing he's going to do is he is going to mimic exactly what she did. And he's going to bonus action Misty Step. Or well, actually, to be specific. Oh, sorry. Heartburn. He's going to move 15 feet forward, and then he's going to bonus action Misty Step. And as he comes out on the other side of it, he is going to let loose with the smites. So, 2 weapon attacks, both are going to utilise a 3rd level spell slot to smack. First attack. That's an 8 plus 12 for a total of a dirty 20, which will hit. And the second is a 14 plus 12 for a total of 26, which is also going to hit. He is attacking two-handed, which means a D10 plus 6 for each one. So, where are your D10s? There's one of your D10s and there's another of your D10s. So that is 7 and 8 for a total of 15. Plus 12 is 27. Plus 6 for both those attacks. So, yeah, that's 27. Then he gets 1d10 of cold added onto each of those. 1 and 6. So 27 plus 7 is 34. Then it comes to his Divine Smites. Now his Divine Smite, he already gets an extra D8 radiant damage because he just is on each of those attacks, so that's an additional 2d8. Then he gets another 2d8 on each of them, so that's a total of 6d8. 2d8 again on each of them for 3rd level spell slots for a total of 10d8. And then an additional 1d8 on each of those attacks because she's an undead. So that's a total of 12d8 additional damage.
Good God.
So we were at how much for the attacks? It was an 8 and a 7, which is 15, plus 12, which was 27. 27 plus 7 was 34. So we're at 34 already. No, I'm going to write these down. Plus 6 and 8 is a total of 48. Plus 3 is a total of 51. Plus 9 is a total of 60. 3 more rolls of these. Plus 8 is a total of 68. Roll number 5. Plus 6 is a total of 74. Last roll. Plus 11 for a total of 85. Now the other side of that is we have to half the cold damage, so the 7 becomes 3, so minus 3 to that becomes 81 damage in total from both of Falkner's attacks. That is 2 3rd level spell slots of his gone. Oh wait, hold on, I need to check something else very quickly. No, he doesn't get a sneak attack on this one. Unfortunate. So 81 damage on Vlaakith. Okay, so that's his bonus action. His action, I think he would he risk the run? I want to say no, but also knowing Falkner probably would risk diving back a little bit. So Vlaakith will get an attack against him. Attack of opportunity. She is...
They're not within 10 feet of me, right?
No. They are 35 feet away from you.
Okay.
Yeah, she'll use that. That's going to be a total of 32 for her attack on him. That's going to deal 3d6 cold damage. That is going to be a total of 7 cold damage done to Falkner. And then he has to make a Constitution saving throw.
Oh no.
As her attack against him was her paralyzing touch.
I'll fucking kill her.
That is what we're trying to do. Yes.
Thought we're on the same page.
I just need she tries to paralyze my boyfriend and, like, fucking nukes him.
That is going to be a failure. 9 plus 7 for a total of 16.
I'm gonna kill her!
So you watch as Falkner teleports right after her, swings in once with Undertow and clashes into her, then comes round the other side, leaps up and brings it down on the back of her shoulder. and as it strikes into her shoulder, she turns round, reaches out and grabs Falkner by the throat as he tries to dip away. And she doesn't say anything. There's just a moment where she lifts him up by his throat, tilts her head, and you see that very telltale sign of necrotic energy as black veins pulse out up her arm and then up on Falkner's neck and face, and then she very almost like a statue puts him down on his feet, and he's just paralyzed. As that's the end of Falkner's turn, it now goes to Vlaakith. Now's the point where I have to make those rolls for Vlaakith.
Which rolls?
He rolls.
Right, how's the best way to count this? And her spellcasting modifier is intelligence, so... As she sets Falkner down and turns around to look at you all, you watch as all of the burn, the acid, all of these parts of her that have been damaged from the wall start to knit back together.
She's healing.
She has a regeneration capability in her second stage.
Oh, son of a bitch.
She is then going to... As it starts to regenerate, there's none of the gloating smile you would usually see from enemies at this point. There's a look of derision, a look of disgust and annoyance at you all being here. Yes, what's up, Talus?
I'm just wondering if Talus in this moment can scream out to Erebos as she sees this regeneration occurring.
I mean, you certainly could, free action and a point of aesthetic do it, but it's not going to really do anything unless there's a reaction-based event that you've got. If you've got a reaction, I want to cast this spell, shout at Erebos in that way. But no, it's not like a free action type thing you've got, no.
Okay, wait, I guess what I'm trying to do is basically get Erebos to step in here. Is what, as she's watching her regenerate, be like, fucking do something.
I would certainly allow you to attempt something like that on your turn as an action, but not at the point of point of here. Yeah.
Okay.
Unless you've got a reaction that would allow you to do that, but not at that point. However, do hold on to the idea, because I will allow you to use your action to do something like that. You guys are at the point now where you are powerful enough that you can garner the attention of gods or similar powered beings. So definitely keep it in mind for your action. But at this point, no. However, noting your ire at Falkner being paralysed, she is going to cast a disparaging eye over you all. Not say anything, but just without looking at you, point her hand at Falkner. And then for her action, actually, no, not for action, for her bonus action, she will summon her sword. And her sword is going to swing down on Falkner for its 2 attacks on its bonus action. So that is going to be rolling advantage to hit both times. First one is a 25. The second one is a 27. So both of those... Sorry, no, it's not. It's a 17. It's not a 14, it's a 4. That is a beats it on Falkner. Doesn't help either way. So, as Falkner is paralysed, these count as critical hits. Yes?
I am gonna cutting words her as a reaction
Okay.
on her second attack.
What does cutting words do?
As a reaction, when a creature you can see within 60 feet makes an attack roll, ability check, or damage roll, I expend a bardic inspiration die, roll the die, and subtract the number from the creature's roll.
Within how
You
many
can do
feet
so
of you?
after the roll, but before knowing the results.
Okay, so... Right, okay. Within how many feet of you did you say?
60 feet.
Okay, so she's within that distance. I'll let it go through that on this occasion, but
Yeah, I realized it was, yeah, you had
I'd
said like,
already
oh,
stated.
it's it beats it, yeah.
Yeah,
Sorry, it's hard keeping up with,
it's absolutely fine. So that's also my fault, because I kind of went on the whole line of like, oh wait, that's a 17, which on Falkner is a meets a beat, which doesn't really give you time.
Yeah.
So what I'll try and do from now on is when I'm making these kind of rolls, I'll try and leave a space so people can go, I want to make a reaction there.
Okay.
Okay, so then simply you don't need to roll that, because simply by using it, you lower it enough. Because the minimum you would roll is a 1, which would take it to a 60. So the first one we'll go through.
Talus is gonna call her a crusty, dusty little pussy bitch. And then just be
Crusty,
like, let's
dusty little...
fucking go.
Okie dokie, that's certainly colourful language.
I can think of right now. I wanted to call her crusty and dusty with the little flaky shit going on.
One might say it's
Ever heard of lotion?
language.
So, on Falkner, that is going to be, on the first attack roll, 2d6 plus 6 at basic is 18. 18 plus 7 is 25 magical slashing damage. And then it's 3d10 psychic damage. Oh. Let me check out something here, guys, because there's another thing here which, although being technically a dick move, is kind of funky. So I want to check it out.
I'm sorry, what?
I don't like that.
It's enough that it's like, oh, this is fun, but it's also like, is this too much of a dick move?
I know what's happening and I hate it.
I mean, I think...
It's her sword's credibility, right?
Is it Vorpal?
No, it's not a Vorpal blade. It's an astral blade. Instead of dealing damage on a critical hit, she can sever the soul from the body. Basically flinging Falkner's soul into the astral sea. Which would be quite funny, but I'm just looking at the...
I mean, at the end of the day, I think you gotta do what she would do.
That is what I'm looking at right here.
Oh, doggy.
Okay, your astral body resembles your form in almost every way, replicating your games. The principal difference is the addition of a silvery cord that extends between your shoulder blades and trails behind you, fading to invisibility after 1 foot. The cord is your tether to your material body. As long as the tether remains intact, you can find your way home. If your cord is cut, something that can only happen when an effect specifically states that it does, your soul and body are separated, killing you instantly. Your astral form can freely travel through the astral plane and can pass through portals there leading to any other plane. If you enter a new plane or return to the plane you were on when casting the spell, your body and possessions are transported along the silver cord. Okay, so this says... Oh, wait, never mind. On a critical hit against a target in an astral body, Falkner would have to already be in an astral body in order for it to take effect. So it's just a normal critical hit. But it's cool that I know that now.
Okay.
That's quite good.
I was about to say, I will burn this goddamn place to the ground.
I was about to be really sad if I had to save my 9 level for True Resurrection.
That's Talus's villain origin. Just want everybody to know.
That's the villain arc right there. So it's 25 damage already. It also does 3d10 psychic damage, so that's an additional 30 on that, which is 55, plus the 3d10 rolled because it's a critical, which is 6 and 6 and 4, which is 16, so 46. 46 plus 25 makes a grand resounding total of 71 damage.
Oh.
And that, my friends, is a bonus action.
Yarp. So, how's our friend doing?
He's very, very bad looking. Not quite critical, but he's definitely bloodied. Definitely bloodied. And then she's going to power word. I'm totally kidding. No, I think what she's going to do there is... Yes, this is about the time where she would do that. She is going to, again, with the fact that she's noted the reactions of how you guys jump to the defense of your allies, after her sword has dealt these 2 blows to Falkner, she's going to take her hand away and say, if you wish for your friend to survive, come and retrieve him. And then she is going to cast Centered on herself. She is going to utilize one of her 9th level spell slots to do this.
Ooh.
She is going to cast Globe of Invulnerability. An immobile, faintly shimmering barrier springs into existence in a 10-foot radius around her and remains for the duration. It is concentration up to 1 minute. Any spell of 5th level or lower cast from outside the barrier cannot affect creatures or objects within it, even if the spell is cast using a higher spell slot.
That's a great spell. I'm gonna let you finish.
Hold on. Such a spell can target creatures and objects within the barrier, but the spell has no effect on them. Similarly, the area within the barrier is excluded from the areas affected by such spells. When you cast this spell using a spell slot of 7th level or higher, the barrier blocks spells of 1 level higher for each spell slot above the 6th. So her casting it at 9th level means 8th level spells and lower, nada. They ain't going
Can't do anything to it.
Leonid, I know what you're going to do. You're going to try and counterspell?
Yeah.
What are you counterspelling at?
Well, I don't have a 9th level spell, so I'm counterspelling at level... Am I right in thinking that if you can't, like, cast it or above, casting at the level 3 is the same thing because I still have to roll for it, no?
Yeah. If you cannot use a spell slot matching the spell slot used for the spell you're trying to counterspell, you have to roll. Even if you used an 8th level spell slot here, you still have to roll the D10 plus.
Still have to roll. Okay.
So on this particular instance, do not tell me what spell slot you're using for the counterspell, because on this instance, Vlaakith is going to also counterspell you.
Woo!
I wish I had the spell counterspell to counterspell for counterspell.
Yeah, I wish I had my glamorous companion to do that, as I've been doing this last couple times.
So I guess my question would be, do you have a 9th level spell slot available?
I do not have a 9th level spell slot available.
Okay, so either way you would be rolling
right
to try and dispel her. She's not going to take that chance, she's going to counterspell you either way. Okay? Now, as I said, don't tell me the spell slot you're going to use. I'm going to use my best logic, and she is going to counterspell your counterspell at the 5th level.
Okay. I cast it at a 7th level.
Okay, so she's going to have to roll for that, which is going to be a D20 plus her spellcasting modifier. So as you're casting it at 7th, That's a DC 17 I'm looking for here. Okay. That is going to be a 19 in total. So your counterspell is counterspelled. Meaning the Globe of Invulnerability does come up.
Wait, can anyone use reaction?
I use my reaction.
You already used your reaction.
Layla, do you still have a reaction left?
No, he's using a counterspell.
Counterspell.
Sylas, you got any of that woe?
We can go for that. So it's, in the case of woe, it's detract of 1d6. So let me...
Oh, well, wait, what did she get?
Yeah, she rolled a 19. That if we get a 2 or higher, that's good enough.
Oh, so no pressure then.
Yeah,
Just
granted, that
no
doesn't
pressure.
guarantee it. It just gives me a chance to roll and hopefully get higher.
I don't like the phrase.
I mean, yeah, but
5.
right now she's...
5? Okay.
5. So that's a 14.
Minus 5.
Which means that your counterspell can go for... Does that count as an ability check for woe?
Yeah, see, that's what I'm wondering, because
Well,
I don't
it is.
necessarily know.
So hold on. So counterspell says what is the wording for it? Because don't you have to make?
I'm just about to go and check that just now.
Making an ability check.
Yeah.
Making an
You make
ability
an
check.
ability check
Using
your
it does say it.
Spellcasting ability. Yeah.
So
Yeah.
then that goes down to 14, which means that your counterspell will go through. So now you have to roll d20
Wait, how far away from me is she?
from you.
Because I was at
you-
the edge of the room
from-
and got taken down by a second tree.
From you, then she'd be 65 feet away.
It's a 30-foot range.
No.
Which means that even if you were right next to Talus, you would still be out of range because she missed a step 30 feet.
Do I count as a conduit for him?
Unfortunately not. He's not in enough range to use his woe.
We're
But
engaged,
we're
though.
engaged.
We're
Yeah.
engaged.
What do you mean he can't deliver touch spells for me?
Yeah, well, I'm not even within touch range right now. She missed a
I
step
know.
30 feet away from me, but she's 30 feet away from me. Son of a bitch.
It's okay, it's okay. The power of love does not work in this instance. That's fine.
Wow,
that
Bran.
means
Wow,
that
because
means-
we're gay. Wow. Homophobic.
That means that as it still stands, Globe of Invulnerability is going up.
For now.
Okay. So as she puts her hand out, you watch from her hand as this faintly violet wall shimmers into existence in a 10-foot radius out from her, spreading round. What that means is, Layla, there's also going to be a part of your prismatic wall which is deleted out of existence as the Globe of Invulnerability passes through it.
Weird.
I don't know whether or not that means that the entire wall drops. I'm going to assume not.
Well, because you can
And
still
if-
take damage in the globe.
No, no spell that is outside of it can
Yeah.
exist.
Oh, okay.
So as the globe passes through it, it is going to cut off at least a portion of the wall. I don't think that would cause the entire prismatic wall to drop. I'm not going to. I'm very, very sure of that. So
I like that idea. It just takes a little chunk out of the wall.
just
And if
takes
the globe
it just
goes
takes
away,
it-
there's just a
'cause
little missing wall.
yeah,
Because the wall doesn't have to be complete, because you can also form it into like a flat space as well. So
yeah. That's the logic I'm going by. Is that you can run
Yeah.
it as just a point with with two separate ends. So surely if you cut off a bit, yeah. Either way, my logic to me is dictating that the wall is still in effect. Just this particular piece of it is no longer there. This means that you have to get, in order to do anything to her, you have to get within 10 feet of her. That is her action. She's used her bonus action as well. At which point she will pass turn. Turn passes to Minsc and Boo. Death saving throw.
Woo. Shouldn't be as excited for that. That's terrible.
Minsc and Boo are done. It goes to Sylas. Sylas, you are currently prone.
Okay. So, waking up, he's going to grip the staff, rise, shake, to his feet, see the situation, and I'm gonna go ahead and cast Shape Change, which is the 9th level spell, to turn into an adult gold dragon. And then with my 80-foot flight speed, I'm gonna charge at Vlaakith and try to push her out of her globe from the walls.
Okay. That's
would like-
definitely a move.
I would like to just, in the background with no effect except aesthetic, just be, giving a little cheerleader move, egging him on. Dragon Boys for life.
Okay. Just looking through this to see. Okay, so you're attempting to push her out of that.
Yeah, so I am attempting to fly in, like jaws open, snap on her, and then keep flying through these walls.
Okay, so you're attempting to make a grapple on her, to grab her with your jaws, pick her up and move. Okay, cool. So that's going to be one of your attack rolls sacrificed to make an athletics check, which she will get to contest.
Okay.
That disadvantage with the acrobatics still, right?
Yep, already rolled that. What's your total? 28. Even with her disadvantage, she's still not going to get that. Even with the high roll on her disadvantage, she rolled a natural 20, and an 18. But that only brings her to a total of 24. So yep, you do manage to grapple and move her. So you used half your movement speed to stand up. Then you shape changed. What's your movement speed at base? That would be 30.
A dragon has an 80-foot flight speed.
Yes, but I'm asking for your speed.
Mine, yes, 30.
Yes, 30. Okay, so you can get to her and grapple her, but you can't move her out because you used 15 movement speed. Then you took off 80 minus the 15 is going to be 65. 65 is how much distance you've got to cover to get to her. But you do have her grappled. Okay. That definitely does put a bee in Vlaakith's bonnet.
So she's grappled inside the globe of invulnerability.
Inside the globe of invulnerability. What this also means is that Sylas is under the effects of the globe of invulnerability as well. However, inside there, he can still damage Vlaakith. Vlaakith just can't be affected by anything outside of it. That's not even remotely what I typed. What the fuck? There we go. That's a bit better. Stupid computer not doing what it's told. So that is your movement plus one of your actions. You have two other actions you can use.
I do, so I might as well just like double down on it, bite twice, right?
Might as well bite twice. You've got advantage on both those attacks.
Yeah, okay. So, thank God for advantage. Thank God for advantage. 16 plus 14 for a total of 20.
For a total of 20? She's going to react.
Plus 14 for
she's going to reaction shield.
Shield to that one?
Yep. So shield is now in effect, means her AC, as you've already done a meets it beats it, you know her AC standing at the moment is 18, which means that her AC right now is 23 until the beginning of her next turn.
Okay. Okay. This spoke, unfortunately. It's a 30, not a 20, but... Yeah,
okay, cool.
16 plus 14.
Brand.
I'm sorry, I just...
She can't reaction. She already used her reaction to counterspell my counterspell.
She certainly did use one reaction.
One reaction? Are you fucking kidding
It's Vlaakith. Come on now. What did you expect?
I was waiting for it so much.
A minute.
I was waiting for it because there was a point last session where Lane had went, it's alright, we got her because she used her reaction, and it was actually Gil that went, well, hold on. Because we don't know she's got more than one reaction. Then I said there are several stat blocks which state that this creature is up to, I think the highest one I'd seen at that point was 3 reactions. And Gil went, which is fucked up. And then when I saw stage 2 of this, I was like, ha! So I was actually waiting for you to go,
had
wait,
one
she's used her reaction.
Yes. But did I have second reaction?
Second reaction?
But now you don't know. Is that all, or is there one more? But in that particular instance, because it would have been a 30 either way, going on that new knowledge, I will take that back because it was based on the idea that she would be able to withstand it. But as she won't, she still has the second reaction free.
That's cool. So the second attack was a 15 on the die, so both bites are going to hit.
Mm-hmm.
Each one deals 2d10 plus 8 for a total here of 44 piercing damage.
44 piercing damage, and that's all magical piercing damage, eh?
Yes.
Okay. Alrighty. Anything else you would like to do with your turn there, Sylas?
Can dragons talk?
Yes.
There's food in their mouth?
They're considered incredibly intelligent beings by most.
Okay. So assuming that he doesn't talk from his throat and talks with just like a, radiating sound from him, Sylas will say, what is that term that people use to describe those lesser than them? Oh, yes. Fished.
Ooh.
And leave it at that.
Nice.
No, it's okay. I knew what I was getting into. It's okay. Do what you have to.
Okay.
It's okay. I gave myself a 300 HP pull on purpose before pulling some shit like that.
Yep. Okay. Is there anything else you would like to do?
I think I've done enough.
Okay. Then, in that case, she is going to use a legendary action at the end of your turn. Now, to be very clear before I say what I'm doing, can you remind me of the spell you used to take on this form?
Shape change. 9th level.
Shape change. Awesome. I just want to read the specifics of something. You assume the form of a different creature for the duration. The new form can be of any creature with a challenge rating equal to your level or lower. You turn into an adult gold dragon.
Yes, they have a CR of. CR of 17. So, yeah.
You transform into an average example of that creature without any class levels or spellcasting trait. Your game statistics are replaced by the statistics of your chosen creature, though you retain your alignment, intelligence, wisdom, and charisma. You retain all of your skill and saving throw proficiencies, in addition to gaining those of the creature. If the creature has the same proficiency as you and the bonus listed in statistics is higher than yours, use the creature's bonus in place of yours. You cannot use any. Okay, so it's giving me everything you retain, and what it specifically says is that you retain. It doesn't mention anything about your creature type. It does say here you can retain the benefit of any features of your class, race, or other source, provided that your new form is physically capable of doing so.
The first parts of the spell are you assume the form of a different creature type.
And then it says that you take the creature's statistics. Then
you don't become a dragon.
You don't become a dragon, but you do take on.
Yeah. You're still a Goliath.
Well, actually, that's what I'm looking at.
Or humanoid.
It doesn't say he retains his creature type.
Does.
It says here.
average example of a creature?
It says here that you can see, you keep your class, race, and all those kind of benefits as long as the creature is able to do so. A dragon cannot be a humanoid.
Where are you going with this?
That's true.
I'm just about to... Oh, it doesn't matter anyway. It doesn't matter at all. It literally does not matter. Never mind.
Okay. Charlie.
I just have to
Charlie.
post myself. We're fine.
So she is then going to place her hand using this legendary action. As her turn is passed, she has her legendary actions available again. She's going to use 2 of her legendary actions to cast a spell. And as your jaws clamp down on her, she is going to take her hand and she is going to grab hold of the side of your mouth, and she's going to say, "You speak correctly, Ishtik. Now bow to your queen." And
What is she casting?
she's casting
Dominate
Dominate
creature.
Monster.
Ugh.
At what level?
She Dominate Monster is an 8th level spell.
Oh, because the global vulnerability still affects her, right?
Yes.
So okay, I'm just checking that she can't use spells or anything, right?
Except for that book.
They can't pass through.
Yeah. But spells
That's fine.
can target creatures and objects within the barrier, but the spell has no effect. Is the spell she's casting concentration?
The spell
would
that
be.
she is casting...
Dominate monster is concentration.
Concentration does not affect her in this particular state, as it's
Oh.
not... You're fighting Vlaakith. However, it does force me into a bit of a weird conundrum, because I am going to have to use her last 9th level spell slot to do it, in order for it to take effect, which I had not wanted to do. So do I still want to go through with
Yeah.
it?
Well, so really quick, I just want to make sure I'm understanding global invulnerability.
So as you've pointed out, you are
What
very correct. By my
Yeah, what
understanding
level-
of it, she was going to use an 8th level spell slot, Dominate Monster. But as I've now come, I had been under the idea that an 8th only 9th level spells can pass through it. I did not take into consideration that inside of it, they still don't take effect. So I was under the impression you'd have to get within 10 feet to be able to start using magic again. That's not the case. It's just complete nil pla. No magic. Unless it's 9th level. So this now forces her to use her, either I rethink the action economy of what I was going to do with that legendary action, or I use the 9th level spell slot and go in for a penny, in for a pound. I'm going to roll for it. That's really... I hate when my players know more than me.
Sorry.
I don't
No,
I
it's
don't want to
fine.
be the rules. I'm just
No,
asking
absolutely.
to make sure,
Listen,
because I know
listen.
the shape change stayed because it was a 9th level spell.
Yes.
I'm under the assumption that my haste will end when I get in there, or not end. It will not take effect. I lose the
Yes, you
effect.
won't be able... The
But
haste
haste
will
is
still
still
be on
up.
you, but it just won't go away. Yeah.
So I don't get
understand
the
what you're saying.
the lethargy from it.
Listen, I would string you up on that as well, so it's absolutely fair that I would be strung up for it, so don't you worry about that. Yep, it does not say anything about other creatures, so yep, even she would be under the effects of it. So in that case, I did roll for it. I'm gonna have to use the 9th level spell slot, so she has no 9th level spell slots left. So it's still you're still gonna have to make the saving throw. Sylas, what I'm gonna need from you there for that.
Hold on. I don't want to keep nitpicking, and I'm sorry to put this at. Brain, it says any spell of 5th level or lower cast from outside the barrier can't affect creatures object, even if it was cast at a higher spell slot. So
Yes,
even
and
if
then
she uses a spell slot for...
And then it specifically states at higher levels, I'm going to read this out again for
Correct.
you.
It blocks higher level spells.
Yes.
But that still doesn't mean that you can use a lower level spell at a higher level spell slot. It just means it blocks higher level spells, the spell itself. Dominate
yes, so it does.
is below 5th, it's below 6th, it's below 8th.
Dominate
upcast.
Dominate monsters an 8th level spell. So, but
Oh,
yeah,
it is?
you're still
It is.
yes, it is.
But you can't upcast it to 9
you
anyways
can't,
with the
you
spell.
can't upcast it. You can't use it. Still
Because
doesn't take
it's
effect.
still a bit.
Well,
Right.
I mean,
Okay.
hold on. She can still cast it. It just won't do anything until Sylas
No,
moves out
I
of the globe.
I understand that.
Yeah.
I understand that. I do. Okay, cool. So
Maybe she
then,
just doesn't understand her own magic.
no, it's absolutely not. It's just the fact that I am juggling
That is
too
a-
many things.
I think you're doing a great job.
Bran, you cast that, and I thought she was literally immune from everything. I thought you cast the Otto's resilient sphere around her, and I was like,
No,
well,
no,
fuck,
no,
we
no,
can't
no.
get to her. She kills... I'm sitting there like,
Do
what's
you
this
know
spell?
what? Yeah, I misread. It was actually Otto's resilient sphere that was cast. No, I'm absolutely lying. Then in that case, I've already said she'll use it. I've
whatever
already
this-
said
yeah.
she's going to do it. So I'm still going to use the 9th level spell slot. It's only fair. I've said that I'm going to do it, but I will just rethink the spell that she'll. Would you fucking work, please? There we go. Thank you. So I'm just going to rethink the spell she'll use. She only has 4 to pick from, so like, which one do I use? At 9th level as well. Fuck. That one doesn't make sense. It's also a bit of a dick to do it. Do I do this? Should I?
Sorry, miss. Which was it?
Just look at it. Sorry, we're just having a giggle over here about penguins being tariffed.
That's absolutely fine.
Oh yeah, the tariffs on that. Oh yeah, that's.
I think I know what I'm going to have her do. I think I know what I'm going to have her do. It is a 9th level spell. Okay, so in that respect, Vlaakith is going to, while being chewed, while currently being a victim of the chomp, she is going to mimic what has already been done. And using the 9th level spell, I really wanted to do this later on, but
Oh.
it's fine. It's fine. She's gonna drop. Yeah, she's gonna. Oh, for fuck's sake. I really don't want to do it, but I've already rolled that I've got to do it. Yeah, I've already said it. She's going to cast on you imprisonment.
Ooh.
You create a magical restraint to hold a creature that you can see within range. The target must make a wisdom saving throw. On a successful save, the target is unaffected and is immune to the spell for the next 24 hours. On a failed save, the target is imprisoned. While imprisoned, you do not need to eat, breathe, or drink, and you do not age. Divination spells cannot locate or perceive the imprisoned target, and the target cannot teleport. Until the spell ends, the target is also affected by one of the following effects of your choice. So she has multiple she can pick from. I am going to choose Slumber. She's going to try and sleep in beauty you, Sylas.
Oh, it's a good thing we already know it's true love.
Now, when I do this, I have to specify what it is that can break you out of it. It must be an observable action, such as someone making a particular offering at the temple of a god, saving their true love, or defeating a specific monster. It's got to be something that is actively done and seen. and it has to have a high likelihood of happening within the next decade. And I'm going to specify that in order for it to be awoken, for you to be awoken, sorry, somebody has to willingly take your place. It is an observable action, and it is a high likelihood of happening within the space of a decade.
I'll take it.
So you still have a saving throw to make. A dispel magic spell can end the spell only if it's cast with a 9th level spell slot, targeting either the prison or the component used to cast it. I need a wisdom saving throw from you, Sylas.
It's the start of my turn, which means I get my reaction back. Not that I used it anyway.
It's not the start. Oh yeah, you got your reaction back. Yeah, cool. Yeah, I got you.
Or it was the start of my turn. Past tense. Oof, I dropped it 20. It's gone. I have more. So I'm gonna just start with adding this d6 to my wheel.
Of course.
What we get with that. 4, which I'm fairly happy with. Here's the big one.
Have anything to help? I'm so sorry.
Yeah, I don't have anything either.
There's nothing that
Let's
can
see
help
if I can
anyway,
do
because
this.
magical effects and spells can't pass through the globe.
Yeah.
Unless they're level 9.
Unless they're level 9.
Yep.
I think I may have actually saved. So it was an 11 on the die plus 4, which comes to 15.
Yep.
And then because I'm a druid, I have plus 12.
Jesus.
So that'd be a total of 26.
26 to save.
With Vlaakith's spell save DC being 25. You can't see it. 25.
Oh,
Woo!
thank God!
Daddy!
Oh, good
Oh
lord!
boy!
Sylas will just say, choose a less fortified mind.
Everyone looks at Landon. No!
Oh, I'm glad you.
Wait,
I'm glad
what?
you said yourself. I was like, oh shit, they're all gonna look at me.
They're going for Jasek.
That was my immediate thought. Her just
no.
going, okay, bet, and then just doing the exact same thing to Jasek.
Not the two himbos like immediately starting to sweat.
Just on Falkner's paralysed form, there's just a single bead of sweat running down the
No,
forehead.
3 himbos. How do we have 3 himbos?
I respond with arrogance, but I was just shitting myself. When I saw that
Are we
11, I was
all?
like, we're done. It's over.
It's
Say
Joe
goodbye. Say goodnight to the bad guys.
Honestly, a 9th level blown on jack shit, and the fact that it was a wisdom save on Sylas, because
Yeah.
like I couldn't have passed that like by
Yeah.
any means. So
Oh,
like
fuck
that
no.
was kind of best case scenario.
What's my wisdom saving throw? Plus 4.
Plus 3.
Oh my
I have
god!
a plus 4.
Is Talus more of a himbo than Falkner?
I have a plus 12 to charisma saving throw.
There's nothing funnier than that to me right now, knowing that Falkner is less of a himbo than Talus is. Falkner's coaxing with a plus 8 to wisdom saving throws, and Talus is like, oh, I've got a plus 4, herpy derpy derp.
I'm charisma based, okay? I'm just
Falkner-
really hot.
I know Falkner's mostly charisma based as well, but his charisma saving throw is a plus 8 too. Don't know how that happens. Anyway, after that was at the end of Sylas' turn. That legendary action went into effect, so therefore it goes to Talus.
Okie dokie. I'm still prone. Bram, remind me, we use prone as movement, right? Half our movement speed to
Half
get
your
up.
movement speed to stand up. Yep,
So I have haste on me from my boots.
you do indeed.
So before, so she's gonna use half her movement speed, which is doubled, so 30. So I still have 30 feet of movement.
Yep.
To get up. And whether you want to count it as a bonus action or reaction, like, let me know. But she's just gonna like scream. Is she gonna do it out loud? Yeah, man, I feel like she's gonna do it out loud to just kind of like maybe get him to like step it up a bit. And she's just gonna scream out, Erebos! Get it together. You're more powerful than her. I'm not. Help.
You guys all heard that. She said she was not.
I know
As
I'm not
powerful.
more powerful than Vlaakith.
That was a pretty big admission right there.
Yeah. Words of truth.
Also, to the comment that's been made in there, Brendito, in a standard encounter where somebody cast a spell of that effect and then somebody dealt them damage, where they would have to make concentration saving throws, you are very correct. In a standard event, that would go down. Vlaakith is not a standard encounter.
No, she's a crusty, dusty, pushy bitch.
That's such a weird.
Let it be
Yeah,
known
I don't know
that
how I
if,
feel about that.
let it be known that if concentration saving throws have to be made, I will make them. I am well versed in how the game works most of the time. So I have an intelligence of 6. I know what I'm doing. So yeah, Talus, what were you doing there? Sorry.
Yeah, just.
Oh yeah, you were shouting out to
Yeah.
Erebos.
Yeah. And I do
think-
she has admitted she is not more powerful than Blackett.
Yep,
Which
you
is
have
not
indeed done
normal.
that. Definitely not normal. So how we're going to work that is... Okay, I got a proposition for you.
Okay.
I got a proposition for you, right? I will let you, even though it's not on your spell list, and even though you don't have it arranged or whatever, right? I will let you cast the spell Commune. Not Commune, sorry. I'll essentially think of it as like a spell, an action economy version of the Divine Intervention feat by clerics. Okay?
Okay. So that'll be an action.
So that'll be your action. You roll a D100.
I have one more, but yeah.
You roll a D100.
I roll a D100? Okay.
You have to roll lower than your level.
Okay. Jesus
Okay.
fucking Christ.
But here's what I'm going to let you do. On a D100, you would generally roll 2 dice. You would roll your D10, and then you would roll the one that has the 2 digits on it, which is your 10s.
Yeah.
Okay? I will let you re-roll one of the dice to try and get your 17.
Yeah, I don't have any physical dice up here. Do you have physical dice with you?
Then do you know what? Just roll a D100 twice, and we'll
No,
just
it's
call
okay.
it like a...
I've got
Okay,
some
cool.
physical dice right here. Oh yeah, these are the illithid ones. I got you.
Well, better than they do for me.
Okay.
So you'll see one which is D10 shaped with with double numbers on it. That's your 10s, and then you've got the one that's just a standard D10. That's your units.
Ooh, they're metal dice. I like the clinky clink. Oof. Yeah, I'm gonna re-roll the 100 because
cool.
it came out at 90.
So we're just hoping for 0-0 or 0-1.
It only has 0-0 because it'll be 1-0. Not 0.
Yeah. So you're looking for 0-0
The other one's
or
0.
1-0.
The other one's a 7.
Oh, I thought you said 90.
Well, this
Yeah.
this guy's a 90. Yeah.
So you're looking for 0-0 or 1-0 on that D100.
Nope. Another 90.
Okay.
That's a fucking action wasted.
So what I'm going to do on that case is, it's not going to be for waste. It's just not going to be the giant, massive, direct intervention of a god.
Gotcha.
But what I will give you, as you reach out to Erebos, beckoning from across the cosmos to whatever stretch of the material plane he beckons from that you can reach, there was no direct show of power from him. But for 1 minute, I will give you advantage on saving throws to resist on saving throws made to combat spells.
Okay.
So it will not be for
Counter
naught,
spell?
but you're not getting divine intervention. You're not getting a
Okay.
full-fledged divine intervention. A very, very valiant attempt.
Yeah.
But obviously, high reward comes with high risk.
Yeah. All right. So she's just gonna kind of roll her eyes and be like, "Fuck it." So that's one action spent, and again, 8th level and lower cannot go through the globe.
8th level and lower, they can go into the globe. They
But they
just
have no
won't
effect.
take effect. So
But
to be
9th
very
level
so,
will.
yes, so to be very clear, actually, hold on, remind me, I'm not
Ninth,
caught up on
ninth level. Yeah.
Just a moment there. I'm not caught up on prismatics. Is prismatic wall not a 9th level spell?
Is
Okay, so in
It
that
is.
case, prismatic wall would still be in effect. It wouldn't have blipped out of existence.
Oh shit. Okay.
Okay.
That's not gonna work. How far away
so
is she from me?
From you, she is 35 feet away.
35 feet away.
Yes, your last movement before we ended session was that you had moved in a diagonal, taking flight 30 feet up and moving forward, which put you 30 feet in the air, but 5 feet behind Jacek. So when you fell, you landed 5 feet away, then Vlaakith teleported 30 feet, which means you're 35 feet away.
Can't get in to the globe.
Sorry, is the globe still in effect?
The globe is still in effect, yes.
Okay, imprisonment and things like that.
There's 9th level. I have anything that's 9th level? Shit, I don't think I have anything that is a 9th level spell. Everything is 8th level. I'm just trying to see how if I can boost my movement at all.
Is your
I mean, yeah, because I can dash as an action, and I still have an additional action. So,
Firewine still?
what?
The Hellvine? That give you a flight speed, right?
Oh yeah. What's my flight speed with
I thought it was
the?
like 80 or some shit like
equal
that.
yeah, your flights with your flight speed with the hell. Give me a moment to pull out my weird little homebrew. I'm pretty sure it's 80 feet, but let me just
That's what I
double check
remember.
it. Let me just double check it in my.
Because I would have lost half of whatever my movement is, so I'm down to
Yes.
30 on foot. But if I
And-
fly,
It's all movement. All movement is
All
included.
okay.
in it. Doesn't
Okay,
matter.
so then
So you would have
But-
you would have 40 feet movement
If it-
left on your wings, but
If
that
it
would
was-
still get you there. Here is. Oh, it's been a while since I've looked at
I
you.
don't have to dash.
Oh, it's been a long while since I've looked at you.
Oh, look at all these little notebooks coming out. We love to see it.
Oh wow. Oh god, this is some deep cut notes.
So ancient, the parchment's starting to crumble between his fingers.
Oh my god!
See? It's happening. We're losing ancient history.
Tides of Chaos, Session 5. Combat Initiative.
That's insane.
Fuck. Right, anyway, sorry.
Next session is 100 for us. What are we gonna do for 100? That's it.
Hellwine, 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 Hellwine.
Spells cast from inside the globe function normally. Okay.
Wait, where do you see that?
Globe of Invulnerability creates a 10-foot radius barrier that renders creatures and objects within it immune to spells of 5th level or lower cast from the outside. Obviously, he cast it higher, even if cast with higher spell slots, but spells cast from inside the globe function normally.
Hellwine, 90 feet.
Okay, so I still have 45 foot of movement then.
Yep.
Well, and is that doubled because of your haste?
It's a good question.
So that would be 180.
Sorry, I'm trying to make sure, like, from the way it's written, it should be that within the globe of invulnerability, spells function normally. I guess I'm trying
That
to.
last
It might have to be
sentence
like
is really
a.
confusing.
You can still
Similarly,
cast spells from inside.
This is a comment.
I know. That's what I'm saying. Is it doesn't say it in the writing, so it has to be like DM rule, I guess, at this point of what.
What is it?
I'm trying to figure out with Globe of Invulnerability. Spells from outside follow the rules of what, like, it has to be a 9th level or higher, basically, to
Yes.
have effect. But if you
Yes.
are inside the globe, spells should function normally, but there's nothing in the writing, and it seems like it's more of like a DM decision, because it says any spell cast from outside the barrier can affect creatures or objects within it, even if the spell is cast using a higher spell slot. Such a spell can target creatures and objects within the barrier, but the spell has no effect on them. Similar, the area within the barrier. Wait, the area within the barrier is
It's excluded from the areas affected by such spells. So what that means is if you were to cast Fireball and it hit the edge of the globe, it would affect anybody outside of it, but the area inside the globe wouldn't affect anybody. That's what it means by that sentence.
Okay, so then let's say I get into the globe to cast a spell. Would it act normally, or would it have to be 9th level?
It would have to be 9th level.
That's
That's how I'm counting here. So 6th level cancels out 5th level spells. If you cast it at 7th level, it cuts out 6th level spells. 8th level, 7th, 9th level, 8th, meaning only 9th level spells would be able to take effect.
Okay.
So you'd have to be inside the globe and cast the spell then.
Okay.
You're trying. That's what you're saying.
So it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter that I go into the globe with her. I can't do.
No, it does not.
It doesn't fucking matter. I literally can't fucking do anything.
You already used
I
your
have
9th
9th level spell slots, but they're not 9th level spells.
Gotcha.
And it has to be a 9th level spell in order for it to work. Okay, so you said I have 90 for my movement, right? From
90 is what the Hellwine gives
which
you, yes.
is double to 180.
Double to 180, meaning when you stand up you use 90.
So I have 90 left.
Yes.
I am going to... Don't have a lot of strength, so I don't know if I can do it, but I'm going to use an action to... No, I'm not going to use the action to dash. I'm going to fly into the globe, grab Falkner, and fly out.
Not that it matters, but Falkner cannot resist, so...
What was he going to?
Probably not, but you never know.
So that's 35 foot, 35 foot. So that's 70. So I now have 20 feet of movement left.
Yep.
I'm gonna fucking risk this. This could be very bad, and I'm pissed off enough that I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna use my last action because I used the action to commune. So I'm gonna use my action to dash, and I'm going to fly back into the globe.
Okay.
Right next to Vlaakith. And I'm gonna look at her and say, if you think you're so much better than us, put it on a fairer level then. Stop using spells like this to protect yourself.
Okay.
And it pussy move. And then I can't really do anything, but in order to get what I want, I'm going to bonus action cast Blade Ward. Oh, will that work to go outside of the sphere? Oh, no. No, she doesn't do. I don't think that's really gonna help me. Her sword, it's magical, like, damage, not bludgeoning or anything like that, right?
It is magical weapon damage that it does.
Okay. Then I'm gonna bonus action use thaumaturgy, and since I can kind of have like flames a bit with my fiendish form, I'm basically gonna make it look like there's just fire emanating from my entire body.
Okay.
And with using a bonus action, I'm going to...
And just so I
continue her disadvantage on dex. Sorry,
Okay.
Go ahead.
Just so I can double check on something, did you move away from her?
I did move away from her when I took, just now, or when I came to get Falkner, I moved.
When you came to get Falkner, you grabbed Falkner, then you moved away from her, yeah?
Yeah.
And then you came
So
back in?
Yes.
Okay, cool.
So yeah, as she kind of confronts Vlaakith, like flames just kind of emit from her body, and Vlaakith continues to have disadvantage on dex ability checks and saving throws.
So, Vlaakith would get an attack of opportunity against you.
Yep.
The only thing she can use is her paralyzing touch.
As she's grappled in the mouth of a dragon, she can make an opportunity attack?
All that restrained says, all that grappled says, is that you make it a disadvantage.
Interesting.
Does 19 hit?
It doesn't.
Well, there you go.
Oh my God.
So you dash in, you grab Falkner, as you dash out, she takes a swipe at you, but Sylas's jaws clamp down, pull her away, and then when you move back in, that's where we end your turn, Talus.
I can't do anything, so this is fun.
Now it's going to go to Layla. And quite literally the only thing our big werebear friend can do is thump, 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 thump towards her. So Layla is going to let loose this sorry, big bellied roar, and then is going to go towards Vlaakith. She's going to step through the globe of invulnerability, and she's going to swing with both her attacks. That's all she can do. Advantage on them because she's grappled. That is going to be... That's not going to... Oh, no, wait, no. Vlaakith didn't use the shield because it wouldn't have went through. That's why she had her second reaction. So that is going to be a total of... 30-20 to hit, which will hit. And the second attack... The second attack is going to be a 27. So they will both hit. That's fantastic. Looking for D12s. D12s. 8 and 9 is a total of 17. 17 plus 7 from both of those is a total of 17 plus 14, which makes 31 magical damage. And I just launched a random dice somewhere. I'll find that in a map. That is... damage. That's everything from Layla, because that's all she can do at this point, so it's going to turn round and go to Leonid.
Alright, I also have a fly speed now, not from my boots, from my wings, but I don't know what that is.
The flight speed will be in this book. Give me a moment while I'm looking for this dice. I'm also going to be looking at your flight speed. Flight speed gained for being a seraph will be in the creature transformation book. That's not the creature transformation book, that's the monster grimoire. Here is the
I'll check to see if you already sent it to me. I might have missed it.
It should be in the parts of it, but it's fine. I've got the seraph book here. Where are you, Christmas? Why can't
Oh, it just says equal to your normal speed, so it's 30.
There we go. 30 movement speed.
Am I within 30 feet of the globe?
I don't think so.
Yeah,
I don't think you were standing right at the edge of your globe, so in that case you wouldn't have been.
Because I didn't get knocked down like Talus. I was still.
You didn't, but you haven't.
Everyone.
But you haven't moved either. So even then, on a diagonal, you would still be more than 30 feet away from her.
Oh wait, the spell I'm trying to use has 120 feet.
Then in that case, yeah, you're absolutely well covered.
It doesn't matter. I'm gonna cast Dispel Magic. And
at which level?
I mean, similar to Counterspell as I understand it. As long as it's lower, you might as well cast it from a third because you're going to have to roll regardless.
So
right?
Usually that is the case, but with Globe of Invulnerability specifically states, in order for it to be effective, you must use a 9th level spell. I know what you're... So typically, with any other effect, what you're saying is correct. If you were to come up to a Glyph of Warding cast with a 9th level on a wall and go, oh, I'm going to Dispel Magic it with a 3rd level, you would roll your d20 plus your spellcasting modifier. But Globe of Invulnerability specifically states it can only be sent away with a Dispel Magic spell cast at the 9th level.
Really? I'm not seeing that in my blurb. I might have a shorter version.
I think you might be clicking on the 2024 version.
I'm in 5th. The only thing I could be missing something. The only thing I'm seeing is can't affect creatures or objects within it. I don't see something that specifically says anything about Dispel Magic or that it can't cast it on the globe itself.
Hold
but
on, where did
I could be
see
missing
that?
something.
So this is I'm gonna be honest. I think there might have been a mix-up with Resilient Sphere and Globe of Invulnerability.
I haven't looked up Otto's Resilient Sphere, so I don't know.
It's not Otto's. I don't know if it's Octolith. It's just the Baldur's Gate. But it's just called Resilient Sphere or something. But I think with Globe of Invulnerability, it doesn't say anything about Dispel Magic. And
Yeah,
in
I
fact,
didn't see anything.
I've definitely
Yeah.
read something that says something about it has to utilize a night. Oh wait, hold on.
Is that one with
I mean-
Force Brand?
No, it wasn't. I think. Let me just double check to make sure I've checked on something here. Because
What
I
I
think I
would
know where I'm
say-
getting that mix up from.
So the big thing with Globe of Invulnerability, though, is that it only means creatures and objects can't be the target of a spell, right? And then area of effects can't go in it, right? So you can still dispel magic on the globe.
I think
effect.
I think
That's
that is
what
correct.
I
I'm
was
just
going
trying.
off
I
of.
think
Yeah.
that is correct.
It
I'm just
doesn't
trying to
say
see.
you can't target the
I'm
globe.
just trying to see where it is that I've got that from, because in my head I've definitely seen something that I've read today which has said you have to use a 9th level spell.
I mean, and ultimately, if the effect of Globe of Invulnerability affects itself, Dispel Magic wouldn't be a 9th level spell. It's a 3rd level spell that's upscaled, which the Globe of Invulnerability specifically says it blocks. The idea is that you would, unless it says otherwise. I don't know, it's a weird spell that I'm looking at. Like,
I'm just looking at just now. Can Dispel Magic remove Globe of Invulnerability? Yes, in that case, yeah, that would take effect. Where did I see? That's what I'm going to try and find. You can roll the Dispel Magic, D20 plus. It would be you're looking for a DC 19. While I rack my brain and try and find what it is I've looked at that is said.
And just want to confirm, I'm just adding my flat
spellcasting modifier.
Right, which is just, for me, is charisma, and it's just the flat modifier. It's not the spell attack modifier, correct?
Yes. What is it I've looked at then?
Not great. I'm going to use a luck point and try and reroll that, because that's pass.
That's actually frazzling my brain. What have I looked at?
Okay. Still ass. 14 doesn't meet it, so that doesn't do anything. I don't think there's anything else I can do, because I don't have anything else, I don't think. Unfortunately, my dumbass didn't have healing word, so I can't pop up. What's his name?
So, with that being the case, then it's your Dispel Magic is not going to affect it, as it didn't meet the required 19 DC. It only hit a 14. So the Globe of Invulnerability is still going to stand up, I'm afraid, on that one. That is your action. Do you have a bonus action that you want to do?
I'm looking over. I don't think I have any bonus actions that are going to be helpful here. Let me just double check, make sure I'm not missing anything.
I know what it is that I've got the. Has to be a Dispel Magic at 9th level. I know where it came from. It's from when she used imprisonment.
That's what it was.
Sure.
What it was. So I haven't actually said that about Globe of Invulnerability. I've just said
you said it earlier today.
Yeah. So right.
Yeah.
Oh, there was me thinking I'd been utilising the. No, you guys can't do that yet. Okay, cool.
Okay, yeah, I can't see anything else that's coming to mind, so I'm just gonna. That's gonna be the end of my turn.
Stay for effort.
I tried.
Okay.
Me
So in
too,
that
it's okay.
case, it goes from Leonid to Jason.
Wait, did Layla already go?
Layla went before Leonid. But
Cool,
Layla's
cool.
only got so much she can do, which is run and hit with axe.
I mean, fun fact. So J6 seeing this is going to. He's gonna run in. Obviously, she is still grappled by Sylas.
She is still within the grapple of Sylas, yes.
Yeah. So ultimately, she's guarded grappled, so I'm gonna just run in. I think I'm just gonna run in and I'm gonna just stab the shit out of her, just like a toothpick
Just
trying to
gonna-
clear Silas's mouth. Like
Just gonna
let me
poke you with a
just
giant
let me-
stick.
let me try and get that out for you. So I do have advantage on my attacks against her, partly because of flanking,
Yes, because
she's
she is
grappled.
restrained.
She's fully restrained, yeah. Neat. So let's go. My spells only go to 4th level. That's so unfair. I can't even, like, do anything with them. Well, I can smite. Where we go, let's do it. Advantage on the first attack. Let's see. How's a 29, Bran?
29 will hit.
Great. We got dirty 20 damage for slashing, and then I get an additional 7 for basic divine smite. But we are gonna pump some spell slots. I'm gonna use a 3rd level spell to divine smite. Where are my smites at?
Don't they not take effect though?
I'm not casting a spell. I'm expending a spell slot to do additional radiant damage.
So I understand where you're getting that from, Natalis, but it does specifically say casting a spell. Doesn't say because it usually be like spell or magical effect. This utilizes a spell slot, but it's not a spell, so this does go through.
So it's 2 for first, 3 for second, 4 for fourth, and this bitch be undead, yeah.
Yep.
Hell yeah. How's another? So 16, so it's got 26 and 7. Does she take any? Do you care about radiant or not?
Doesn't matter.
Okay. Fuck. 33 damage
33
on the first attack.
first
33
attack?
damage on the first attack. But wait, there's a second attack. Oh shit. I accidentally rolled without advantage. Either a 27 or a 24. So 27 hits, yeah?
That will hit.
Hell yeah. And we're gonna pump a 2nd level spell slot into that one.
Go second
So
level.
1, 2, 3, 4. Come on, big damage. 13. So 29 on the 2nd damage.
29 on the second.
So yeah, runs in and like obviously like he gets in there and he's kind of like something's not right. I still have haste up. I just don't get the extra attack.
Yep. You don't get
That
any of the
is.
effects of it. So you don't get the movement, you don't get anything like that.
Yeah. That's a bummer. Well, I used my action. I did my running. I have more running, but don't think it's really gonna do much. I think I'm just gonna stay within 5 feet of her, next to Sylas, so that I can help. Yeah, it's my turn.
Okay. With that being the end of your turn, it takes us to the end of the initiative order, and it does bring us to the point where, just over the point where we've been playing for 2 hours. So I am going to, at the top of round 4 of combat, I'm going to give my party a little bit of a 15-minute break, and we're going to go to that just now. In 15 minutes we'll come back and we'll be picking up with Falkner's first saving throw, and then going into Vlaakith's next turn. Don't go anywhere, folks, and we will see you in 15 minutes after our break. Hello there, folks. We are back with part 2 of our little session of the Tides of Chaos. When we went on our break, we had just finished off our 4th round of combat. Our 3rd round of combat, sorry. Yeah, 3rd round of combat. No, 4th, I was right the first time. So now we go into our 5th round of combat. Starting with Falkner, who gets to make his wisdom saving throw to try and oppose the paralysis. That's a 2 on the die, so I'm not feeling good for him.
Damn, buddy.
With a 2 on the die due to the paralysing touch, it's actually Constitution, which is not in it, which is actually worse for him. So that's a total of 9, which he is not going to succeed on. So Falkner is still paralysed.
Oh my god, he and I have the same Constitution saving throw.
Like it was meant to be.
Cute. We're both equally dead.
They've synced up. So now we go, after his turn, it goes to Vlaakith. So, Vlaakith's in your mouth.
Yeah, I seem to remember something like that.
I seem to recall being in your mouth.
Yeah, I mean, if you're so lucky.
It's me with a good time. Vlaakith is going to... What to do. She has no 9th level spell slots left. She could
Drop
use
the globe, bitch. Drop it.
She could use her bonus action to get one back, but I feel like that is something that I should keep for later.
You keep saying for later, and I am just like, the fuck is she still waiting for? Like, what do you mean is later?
So much shit.
Drop the globe. Come on, Vlaakith. Do
I
it.
really don't think she has a choice.
Do it, bitch.
She
Don't be
either
a little
has to get
pussy.
the slot back, or she has to drop the globe and go for something else.
Oh, did you screw yourself over, Mommy Vlaakith? Oh, no.
He is still
I
God.
love
He
you
can
being
still
so
kill you.
incredibly bitter while also crocheting. It's such a good picture. It's doing
Bonus.
so much for my mental health.
You're gonna be an amazing old Midwest ride. It's gonna be amazing.
Bonus action.
Oh,
she's
you
going to send.
betcha.
She's going to send her dancing astral greatsword to Leonid. She's going to attack Leonid with that sword twice. That's her bonus action.
Oh, you gotta get your sword to do your fighting for you.
Oh my god, Ruthie.
That's a 22, Leonid.
That'll hit.
No, that.
Just wait
The
till
sec-
she Vlaakith turns on Talus and tells her,
Second,
oh my god!
the second attack on you, Leonid, is going to be a nat 20 for a total of 33.
Ooh.
Yeah, that'll hit.
Wait, is he within range of us? You're in melee? Or
The
you
dancing,
send out a
the
sword.
dancing greatsword
Yeah.
can move 50 feet.
Like it moved to him though.
Yes, it moved.
I
It
can't
moved.
take an attack.
Hit
I
is
can't.
an ability check, isn't it?
I can't take an attack.
Rolling as
Of
an ability
opportunity?
check, but the dancing greatsword does have does.
Oh, it's not. It
it's
has
not.
its own stat
It
block.
no, it doesn't have its own stat block. It uses her stats, but it's not her making the attack.
Yeah.
Okay.
I can't make an attack of opportunity if it moves out of my range. Can I?
It's not. You can't target it. It's not got a stat block.
Ugh. Damn it. I was gonna try and attack it and use Toothy's what's it
Grapple
called?
to hold it in place.
And just
Yeah.
like yeah.
So on you, Leonid, we have got 4d6. That's not from one attack. That's both attacks put together. 4 is 12, plus 2 is 14. Plus 12 in total, because of the plus 6 from both attacks. So 14 plus 12 is 26. Plus 12 again because of the nat 20. So 26 becomes 38. And then we've got 66 psychic damage.
Jesus.
So, who's ready to all die?
I'm doing okay.
I'm actually great as far as health right now, but
I'm not going to be after this.
I'm great on health if you sweat.
And the dragon's good on health.
Exactly.
If you take my health and divide it by the 4 of us, I think we're doing fine.
Could
why
you?
don't you just be a
Kindly.
dragon again, Leonid?
If that was an option, I would have done that.
Yeah, why don't you cry to your god at every minor inconvenience like Talus landed?
So, Leonid, that is going to be 38 magical slashing damage. And then it is going to be 55 psychic damage.
Good God.
Look, Charlie, I'm just a woman in a man's world trying to get by. I gotta use whatever advantage I got, okay?
Talus is not a woman in a man's world. Talus is a woman in this magic world where, frankly, she doesn't need a man.
And then,
Alex is a woman destroying the man's world. Sorry, Dan.
As-
Sorry, Brian.
as her action, at 7th level, she is going to gesture towards Leonid again. And Leonid, I'm going to need a dexterity saving throw from you.
What's she casting?
Disintegrate.
Oh!
Can she cast out of it? Well, okay. I don't know.
Wait.
She can, yes, she can cast the spell. The spell is not targeting someone inside the globe.
It just, it doesn't affect things inside.
It can pass through the globe, it can go out of the globe, but Leonid is not inside the globe. So therefore, if it hits him, it will affect.
You're gonna be
Counterspell.
Reaction. I'm gonna give you a bend luck here. So you can apply a 1d4 to your saving throw.
Thank you. I'm also gonna counterspell first, though.
Oh, okay.
Okay. At what level?
What level?
Thinking, sorry.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry, I'm trying to do the math in my head to see if it's worth popping a higher level, because I know what she's gonna do. That bitch is gonna try and counterspell my counterspell, in which case, if I do a high level, it's gonna be an 18, which means she needs to roll a 5 or a lower to fail that. Am I doing that correctly?
As far as you're aware,
As far as I know.
as far as you know, her spellcasting modifier is a plus 13.
Is a plus 13.
As
Sylas,
far as you know.
Can you do anything to reduce that? Now that you're closer? Or have you already used that this turn?
I don't have anything for that.
Oh, I was asking Sylas, sorry. I don't know
Oh,
if I
sorry.
pronunciated.
I used my omen to make sure that I passed force gauge, or not with imprisonment, so I don't have imprisonment. You do have a
I got
bend luck towards your ability check, though, right? Like, bend luck works either direction, or does it only take away? That's does bend luck can bend luck add to ability checks, or does it only?
It can add or it can be a penalty. I get to choose, and I gave. She's not making an attack roll, so I can't do that.
Yep.
It is another creature you see makes an attack roll, an ability check, or a saving throw. I can use my reaction to roll a 1d4 and apply the number rolled as a bonus or penalty. Since she's not rolling anything for her spell DC, I can't do anything about
It's
that.
only laying it.
Should I even bother making a spell save DC? Or make counterspelling if I know she's going to counterspell?
Probably. Yeah, with disintegrate
at this
on the
point, we're
line,
probably
I
gonna
would-
die.
Yeah,
So
fair point.
I would counterspell at like
If you think she's gonna-
7th and save your 8th.
If you think she's going to counterspell back, save your higher spell slot to counterspell and counterspell.
Yeah.
But he can't
Oh, wait, you
counterspell the
can't.
counterspell.
I can't counterspell.
Because
Oh,
he's
wait.
already counterspelling the disintegrate.
Yeah.
Shoot!
Okay, I'm gonna pop it at a 6th level.
She's gonna counterspell.
Yeah. So she needs to roll what, at 3 or lower?
Well, yeah. So she'll just use one of her 3rd level spell slots. Meaning that she has got. Yep. So that is going to be a D10 plus 15, so 5 or lower. It's going to be a failure for her.
Then drop on that to lower the bonus check that she's making.
Layla, you didn't use my Ben Luck.
No, because I haven't made a save yet.
Okay.
I'm trying to make. Well,
So
yeah.
is the bend luck going to be on the saving throw, or is it going to be on her roll?
I'm gonna put the Ben Luck on her roll.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
here is sweet. She gets a -4.
Hey,
Okay.
That's all.
-4 turns
Yeah.
her 19 into a 15.
Oh.
So that's a total of 28.
Oh, yikes.
So I do need you to make that dexterity saving throw there, laying it.
Come on, buddy.
Alright.
Or to conspire yourself.
Can't do that.
Here to use. Oh, wait. You can't do it as a reaction.
Yeah.
Alright, bud, you got this. It's fine. You're fine. You're fine.
Literally,
That's
if
all.
you die, you come back immediately. You have the contingency ring.
You
That's
do,
a-
and to reiterate what contingency says when you go to 0 hit points. That's what was said. When you hit 0 hit points.
Oh, no.
I need to specify. You didn't say
Oh,
anything in
no.
contingency about you dying. You said when you hit 0 hit points.
Yeah, and
You said it
then
was a
doesn't.
resurrection spell.
Yeah. So just to clarify, that's a positive in this point because disintegrate doesn't kill you. Disintegrate takes you to 0 hit points, then turns you to dust.
Yep, and you have
So
to
if
have
you-
true resurrection or wish.
So if you had said it the other way around, I want contingency to bring me back up when I die. If disintegrate hit you and turned you to 0 hit points, then poofed you to dust, your contingency wouldn't have come into effect. So this is a
Okay.
positive here that your contingency is at 0 hit points.
How's it 26?
A 26 is going to do it. Vlaakith's spell save DC is a 25.
Nice.
You're still going to take half the
You're so
damage.
scared. We saw
Still
the other
gonna take-
I'm
side.
still going down, I think.
But
But
you won't be dust.
that's good. Glad I'm not getting Thanos.
Do you take half damage?
I'm just about
Yeah.
to double check that now.
I think I remember that happening with Talos and the Kraken.
Wait,
Still take
hold
half
on,
damage.
hold on.
No.
No, it doesn't say
No.
that. It doesn't.
Yeah, it
Thin
does.
green ri-
On a failed
where-
save, the target takes it. The target is
Yeah, but it
disintegrate.
doesn't
Yeah.
say on a
Oh, failed
successful
save,
save they take it doesn't say on a successful save they take half damage.
Oh.
A designated creature and everything it's wearing carries say magic items are reduced to a fine pile of grey ash. The creature
It's
can be
an all
soaked
or
like on the bounds
nothing.
of true. It's an all or nothing. It is an all or nothing.
Get fucked.
Yeah, get fucked, Vlaakith. Well done.
Careful, because
Very
that works
well
for you too now.
I know.
fucking done.
Okay.
That's her action. She's used her bonus action. I believe that is well, she has her bonus action. Am I going to be that dick?
She just used her bonus action on me. Don't tell me she has 2 fucking bonus actions.
Oh no, shit, you're right. She used her bonus action to chop.
I was about to say,
Shit,
I swear to
forgot
God.
Ah, she has a second, but nah, I'm not. Nah. Okay, then in that case, that's her action economy all used up. So then it goes to Minsc and Boo. Death saving
Second,
throw.
that's a
Oh. After Minsc and Boo, Sylas, you're up. She is in your mouth.
She didn't even try to break free of the grapple, so at this point, there's layers of prismatic walls here. Sylas is taking her right out of this globe she cast. and
So-
taking her through it.
So you're gonna use your grapple to attempt to move her.
Yes.
Okay, cool. So that's going to be one of your attack actions used up, and it's going to be an athletics check from you with an athletics acrobatics from her.
At disadvantage.
She will be at disadvantage, yes, because it's dexterity based.
I'm sorry to harp on that, but man, we need every little drop we can get.
No, of course, absolutely understood. It's the same die. It's the same dice roll on both dice. Sylas?
Sorry, I didn't roll. I started thinking about something. That's 21.
Unfortunately, that's not going to be enough. She has a 7. Sorry, you said 18 plus 6 is 24, right?
Yes.
Right, yeah, so I did have it right, yeah. 18 plus 6 is 24. So unfortunately that's not going to be enough. So as you
I just
turn
got
to
my
move,
reaction back,
you do have your reaction back.
so I'm just gonna see if we can. Wait, what did I roll? 21? Yeah, okay. No, that's maybe doable. I can maybe get +5.
Can you
So,
do that even knowing the
26.
result?
That's a, let me double check. Okay. Whenever a creature you can see within 30 feet of you is about to make an attack roll, a saving throw, or an ability check, yeah, it doesn't say I have to know, but it says when you see a creature is about to make.
Is this a wheel and woe?
Yes, I'll send you the specific wording and let you rule on this one because I'm actually not sure. So let me just DM that to you real quick.
I'm not familiar with the wheel and woe thing, so
Yeah, newer subclass for sure.
it's a circle of stars, right?
Yes. It's, I believe, from Tasha's.
Circle of the Stars, Tasha's Cauldron of Everything, one of the best source books we have. Here we go, and that would be, is it wheel you're using? It's woe, yeah?
Yes.
It does not say that you have to be able to, it doesn't say that you would know that. When you finish launch, you can consult your star map for omens. When you do so, roll a die until you finish next launch. You can ask a special reaction based on whether you rolled an even or odd number on the die.
It's determining whether we get to move.
Yeah, you can use such number of vehicle type. Yeah, it doesn't say you have. It doesn't say that you can't use it after knowing the result. So, I mean, the wording of it suggests that, but with a lot of things it would say to you, you have to do this after rolling your dice, but before knowing the result. So in that case, I'm obligated to lean to. I'm not obligated, but I'm more inclined to lean towards your way of thinking. So yeah, in that case, drop your thing on that.
Yeah. So yeah, in which case, I would get the movement to take her through these walls.
You're taking her through the prismatic wall again?
Yeah, let's do it. It's there.
Okay, awesome. As you've succeeded on that grapple check, each time you don't need to continually make it, but each time you move her, it'll be sorry, you do need to each attack use in order to move something against the wall.
Okay.
You would have to to do that. Okay, cool. So let's go through the prismatic wall order again, shall we?
Yep. Back to Dan and Bran for this mess.
And she's
Let me
out of
know
the
when you're
globe,
ready for me to
right?
drag her again. Yeah, I took her out of the globe.
It doesn't matter if she's outside the globe because prismatic wall is a 9th level spell.
Oh yeah, no, I know. I was just clarifying that he took her out of the globe because I want to fuck her up.
Does the globe move with her, or was the globe cast?
No, the globe is immobile.
In which case, yes. Vlaakith is out of the globe and open for attacks at this point.
So we just keep her out of the globe and push her in and out of the walls, away from the globe.
Are you going to be putting her back through the prismatic wall again?
I'm gonna try. Do you want to just go ahead? And
Because
spells out?
because if you do that, you'll be putting her back in the globe.
Unless you take her to the other side.
Well, I have
You could-
three,
yeah, you could certainly
I
do
have
that.
3 attacks, so... I
Yeah,
have
so
3 attacks
one
here,
to
so I
take-
could take
one
her
to
out
take
of
her
the
out.
globe.
2 to put her
Back.
back in, 1 to take her back out. Cool, got you.
Suggestion:
Ultimately-
maybe don't take her back in, because if you take her back in and then fail on the third one, now she's back in. Maybe take her to the opposite side of it, so that way she's a little bit further from the globe.
Because it's
Just an idea.
spherical, so I can go
Yeah.
out and
All
then
the way
go
out,
past, and then back to the
in.
center.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, we'll do that then.
That is going to be an 18 on the saving throw. I believe it's dexterity. So that's going to be 18. That's a fail. So that's going to be full damage on the fire wall.
Okay.
Nice.
9. That's 45.
45. Cool. Going into the acid. You'll be glad to hear that's a nat 1, so we're going on a base of 60. Now roll your 10d6 and add 60 onto it.
Alright, that's 36, so added 60, that's 96. Oof, that feels good. Goddamn time.
In a minute.
Do you know, right, that's going to be a success on the lightning one. So that is half, then half again.
Okay. So 33 halved is 16, halved again 8.
8.
Skipping poison.
Oh yeah, that's a cunt move. Never mind on that. Cold damage. 8 plus 13 is 21, so that is half on the cold, half again because resistance.
So 9.
Now we're going to these ones. On a failed save, the creature is restrained. Already restrained, but we'll roll it. 10 plus 13 is 23, so Indigo does not take effect. And then Violet, 13. 13 plus 13 is a 26. So Violet and Indigo do not take effect. So you've passed through the wall,
Did she take
Sylas.
minus D6 on those?
She has taken minus d6 on those.
So,
So you
taken her
pass-
through the wall, she's in the center.
So you pass through the wall. That's 5 feet to pass through it. Are you moving further away from that?
Yeah, so we're gonna, because it's a sphere, I dragged her through one side, I'm gonna drag her through the other.
Dragging her through the other. Okay, so we start from the top again.
Do you need me to roll the contesting save for that? Because it's a
Oh
separate
yeah, because
drag.
you're going to be
Sorry, I want to play by the rules here. Here we go. So the athletics here is a 12 plus 11 for 23. So it's versus whatever she rolls here.
I don't think that's going to do it. If my math is correct. No, it's not. 21. 15 plus 6, 21, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Right, okay, cool.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's not
Okay,
gonna do
so that's another fail. Now we take it from the top, except going in
Yep.
reverse order with the wolves. So we start with Violet and Indigo. It's the way that they wrap.
Oh, it would have been the other way around, actually going through that. So
Oh.
this way we're going through would be the proper way we're doing it. We did it
Okay,
the wrong way
cool.
around just there. But either way, it's happening. The first dexterity saving throw is going to be an 18 plus 13 for a total of 31. So half the damage on the fire.
20.
Half the damage on the second.
18.
The second one is acid, so nothing on that. Third one is the lightning one, right? Yep, lightning. So half and half. With a 16 plus 13, 29, so half and half, please.
9.
Green is a skip because of poison being immune. Blue is half and half again. Never mind, it's just half.
16.
Okay. That is going to be 22 on Indigo, so that is that. And then it is number 7. Okay, That is currently a 22. That's a fail.
So she would be blinded, but she's immune to blindness,
She's immune to
right?
being blinded. She must then make a wisdom saving throw at the start of
Your next turn. I'm
your
guessing
next
that's
turn.
mine. That's my turn, yes.
Yes. If it fails
be
that
banished.
save, they're transported to another plane of the GM's choosing, no longer blinded. To be clear, this is not the banishment spell. Typically, a creature that is on a plane that isn't its home is banished home, while other creatures are usually cast into the astral or ethereal planes. This layer is destroyed by Dispel Magic Spell or Summer Spell equal or higher level that can end spells and magical effects. Okay.
So we really need to kill her this turn. That way she doesn't get teleported elsewhere and cause a whole nother year of doing side quest on side quest on
I think honestly, on that particular effect, she was probably going to trigger her legendary resistance. And make
That
her
probably,
success.
yes, thank God.
Oh,
For
fuck.
once,
How
I'm
many of
actually
those?
going to be happy about that.
How
She
many?
gets
How
layer
many of those?
actions here.
She's
I know
used
she gets
three.
She's used 3 of her
She
legendary
u-
resistance.
She used one last session, and she used 2 this session.
And it's
So you
Vlaakith,
don't know how
so
many
it's
she
not
has,
limited
but
to
she's
blue.
used-
Yeah, but she's used 3. Yeah.
Good information then.
It's very good information to have indeed.
Was that the last wall, or was that?
That was
That's the
second.
last one. That's the second pass through, but it was the last layer.
Okay. In which case, we're gonna bring her back into the center of the wall. So it'll be one more opposed athletics check from me.
Okay.
Into the prismatic walls, but not into the globe.
Not into the
we're
globe
going.
passing.
We're going
Yep.
straight through these walls specifically. So that is. This one's a 12 plus 11. Oh, well, that's the same I got last time. 23.
Vlaakith is going to have a meets it beats it on that with a nat 20. Rolled the d6 for the athletics. That was a 3, so that brings her from a 26 to a 23.
That's okay. At least she's not in the globe. So is that a full break from the grapple, or is it just a resistance to movement?
That no. In order to break out of the grapple, that would have to be something that she does on her turn. She has to use her action to break out of that. This is her resisting being moved.
Sure.
So as you
Okay.
charge for the second one, you turn to charge again, and she manages to plant her feet down in such a way that she manages to use some kind of whether leverage of momentum or such just to make herself resist against your massive strength.
Question, just in
Yes.
theory, could Sylas pass Vlaakith to Jasek grapple to grapple like a football play? American football play.
I believe what that would actually be that I think that would technically count as like a improvised weapon attack, like picking someone up and throwing them. I'm not sure how that would work, honestly. I've certainly had players pick up other players and throw them at enemies as
I was
a
more
weapon.
thinking. I was more thinking like Jasek like jumps like into Silas's mouth, tackles Vlaakith through it, and comes out grappling her. Like I don't know.
What, like a mid-air interception or some shit?
That's what I'm saying.
I don't know. I would certainly have to look that up.
Why don't I just do this? Why don't I just go and grapple her and then jump into Silas's mouth and keep her inside his stomach?
And what? You have a battle to see who gets digested?
You just resurrect me. You just resurrect me. I'm a Path of the Zealot. You just resurrect me.
Crazy.
Just for the record, I can do this for like 1 minute, by the way.
Yeah,
Ooh.
unless you can digest really fast, that's gonna be a lot. Not to mention, can you imagine the therapy of like, yeah, I digested my my fiance.
Oh yeah, no. There's
I'll
a
always be
whole-
with you. I'm a part of you now.
Okay, so anyway, so that costs that third attack, even though she saves, that's gonna cost that action economy wise. So when she just bars herself against his push, he's going to say, "How are you feeling, false god? Power waning?"
How is she feeling? How does she look?
Not great. Not great. Oh,
Yeah, They're a
means
sassy bitchy bunch.
which means desperate
Unfading
times,
attacks.
desperate times, and desperate measures.
I'll go further. He'll continue on to say, "You are an abomination to all that is natural. Death has waited for you on the sidelines for quite some time, but she will celebrate finally having you."
Yeah. Okay. Cool. That's gonna.
Okay, cool. That's it.
That's gonna.
Great.
Yeah.
Let's go.
It's weird. I've never had a party that seems to want to die.
The one
I'm not
person who
begging
has
for
no,
death. You
the
did
one person
notice
who,
the person who did not flip off Vlaakith after barely surviving a disintegrate. Some of us are worse.
She's gonna legendary action.
Okay.
Her legendary action. She's going to use 2 of those actions to cast a spell.
Okay.
That spell is going to be Mystic Step,
Oh, okay.
and she's gonna back to the globe,
Double left.
or technically
Go back
back to the. I think she would teleport technically to the edge of the globe. I'm gonna have to go check that. Give me just a moment. I'm gonna have to check
Which
if you
means
can.
Jason has time to keep her from
So,
getting inside.
so that's what we were kind of talking about before. Is no area of effect, and you can't target an object or a creature in there, but you could target a single space. But that space is still a space. It's an area.
Jeremy Crawford has confirmed you cannot Misty Step inside a globe of invulnerability. The most you can do is teleport to the edge of it.
That makes sense because the magic would have to happen inside of the globe to get you there,
Yes,
as opposed to
very
the
much
disintegrate, which is happening outside. Of
Which is
Miss-
what I
Miss-
thought.
Misty Step says that you can only target an unoccupied space. So space
Yes.
being an area rather than a thing, object, or...
Yes.
Yeah.
So that was Sylas, meaning that it's going to go to Talus.
Oh, can I use the rest of my movement to just like kind of crawl inside the center of the walls?
Oh, okay. I thought that you were finished your turn there.
No, it's
Yeah,
really
okay.
just the very last thing. If she teleports out of my mouth as a legendary action, I'm just
You would teleport out of your mouth after your turn because she can't
as
take
a
a legendary
legendary
action.
action.
It's
which
between-
means
yeah.
I can't.
It's between
do
turns.
that.
You can't do anything, yeah.
Okay,
Okay,
that's
so
okay.
she's outside of the globe now.
Yes.
Hit her with
Here's
it.
Time being.
Here's the globe. She's here.
Okay, so she's not in it. Great.
She's not.
I am going to use my movement
Uh-huh.
to fly at her,
Yep.
and I'm essentially going to grab her by the neck,
Uh-huh.
and at that time, cast Disintegrate twice. Because I have 2 actions.
Double disintegrate. That is a dex save. She has advantage on it, but she's getting a
She has-
-6.
She's got disadvantage on Dex because of me. Any
Shit,
Dex
am I with
saving
the
throws
right
her ability.
roommate?
So she has
I might have
flat
the wrong
roll.
fiance.
And I am also, at that same time, going to use a bonus action, cutting words to, cutting words to take, I can do that, right? Every action on a creature. Yeah, okay. Cutting words to take off from her roll, d6, which will be...
So that's 2d6 off the first roll.
Yes.
Okay, so first dice at flat roll is a 15.
Oh, sorry, and I did forget to clarify, I'm casting 8th and 9th level.
Okay. So that is a 15 on the die, -8 from the 2d6, which is a total of 7. 7 plus 13 for the dexterity saving throw. It's going to be a dirty 20.
Doesn't save.
So that's going to be full damage on that one. And on the second one, with just 1d6 being taken off.
Yep.
With just 1d6 being taken off, that is going to be a 26 in total.
Okay. So who goes on the first?
Full damage on the
sorry,
first
second.
one. Full
Yep.
damage on the first one, half on the... no, actually, nothing.
No
nothing
damage on the
second.
other.
Yes.
Alright, so first is 9th level. 8th is wasted, that's okay.
Okay.
101 damage.
101. She's definitely looking messed up right now. Definitely looking messed up. That is to say, she has now entered critical condition.
Shit, it counts as if I tried to like fly with her, does that count as an action? Because I'd be
What,
having to like force her.
grab her and carry her?
Because I
Yes.
got her by the neck. Okay, and I don't have an action.
So
So,
grabbing
You
by
can
the
grapple
neck,
her actually though.
you didn't grapple her. You
yeah, no, I know, and that's what I'm saying. Like even like I have her by the neck, but I have not grappled her, and I don't have another action in order to do that. So she's until
was
Vlaakith pushes her
that
off, she's not doing anything.
was that twin spell you used to?
No, I have 2 actions because I still have haste on me.
Oh shit! Yeah, so you do. So you do. Yep.
Yeah. I use my 2 actions, my bonus action. I will pass the turn.
At the end of your turn, Vlaakith is going to use her legendary action, her last one that she has available for this round. You are free to make an attack roll on this if you want to. It will be an opportunity of attack, but she's going to use. She's going to move her movement speed.
Yeah, opportunity attack. I'm gonna do that.
What's up, Jacek?
I have 10 feet reach, and I was in her globe when she was in her globe,
You are.
and
Yep.
she's at the edge of the globe. Do I get to attack her?
Do you have something that allows? Do you have Sentinel?
She's taking a disengage action.
No, she's not. She's just moving. She's using a legendary action to move.
But if so does the legendary action prevent her from taking a tax opportunity out of my
No,
threat
that's
range?
that's what I'm saying. So if she's moving into your attack range, if you have the Sentinel feat, which allows you to attack.
She's not moving out of my threat range.
No, she's moving inside the globe.
Gotcha. I thought she was like still moving away from all of us though.
No.
I know she was coming in, but I thought, never mind. All right, damn it. I just want to stab the shit out of her.
So Talus, attack of opportunity.
Yeah, sorry. Just making sure here. Okay, so I'll be using my whip,
Yep.
and that is a 24 to hit.
24 will hit.
Great. Okay, so that is 10 damage, and then is she resistant or immune to necrotic?
Resistant.
Okay, so she does take 2d8 of necrotic as well. So let me roll that because it doesn't auto-populate. So that is 9 necrotic damage. And she'll take half of that around it, so 4. And I regain 4 hit points.
Fantastic. Is that everything for you, Talus?
That is all I can do.
Then she makes her way back inside the globe of invulnerability.
Push her out.
I don't want to just cut her fucking head off.
That's fair too.
I mean, but it's your mom. I get it. No,
After
not your
mom.
Talus-
Wait, did we find out what happened to the freaking thing? She like absorbed it, right?
So after she
Or is it
didn't
still here?
she didn't absorb her. After when you guys came in here at the beginning of the combat last session, you saw the Bloodsinger all kind of like emaciated and all sunken in and all like drained and such. And then when stage 2 got activated, the Bloodsinger, the orb around her was dispersed, and she fell to the ground and hasn't moved since.
Oh,
Okay,
we forgot about that.
that's okay. It's probably
After Talos, it goes to Layla. Layla will attack twice with her axe.
Can you ask Layla to give her a little moshing, you know?
I mean, if that's what you guys want Layla to do.
No, Layla does what Layla wants.
Layla does what Layla wants.
Layla does what
clear,
Layla needs to do.
What I'm saying, if you guys say to Layla, pick her up and move her out of the globe. Layla is certainly capable of understanding that and doing that.
I love putting her in the danger of the sword. It's probably better for Jason to try.
Okay. So in that case, both those attacks will go through. That's a 9 and an 8, so that's a total of 17, plus 14, which is a total of 31 damage. After Layla, it's going to go to Leonid.
Okay. First thing I'm going to do is activate Unbreakable Majesty. As a bonus action, you assume a magically majestic presence for 1 minute, or until you're incapacitated for the duration. When a creature tries to attack you for the first time on a turn, the attacker must make a Charisma saving throw against your spell save DC. On a failed save, they can't attack you. So I'm going to activate that, and I'm going to, I'm going to hit the wall with another Dispel Magic, or the Globe of Invulnerability with the Dispel Magic.
Okay. What level?
I'll use 4th.
4th? Okay. D20 plus...
Okay, that's a 19 plus 5. It's going to be a 24.
Vlaakith will not counterspell.
Cool. That's gonna be it for me. I can't really do anything else. So yeah.
After Leonid, it goes to Jacek.
Alright, so Jacek kind of like turns in there, sees her coming, and is going to just like kind of not drop, but like lower his glaive to run up and basically use the glaive to try and like lock her in with Toothy, and I'm gonna use my first attack to try and grapple her. I am going to reckless attack,
of course,
to get advantage on this.
You already
So I still have
advantage from your channel ability.
I have advantage on athletics, so I don't have to make the attack, right?
Boost athletics versus athletics or acrobatics for grapple.
If you are making the grapple,
okay, so it's never mind. It's just straight athletics to grapple. I just do it in place. I thought I still always had to do the attack, hit the attack, forgo the damage to do it. But never mind.
No, you
Cool.
just do it instead of using your attack action.
I already have advantage then. Oh boy, that's a nat 20.
You gotta love it.
32 on athletics to grapple.
She is not able to compete against that.
Damn it! I could have just stabbed the shit out of her.
Really you didn't know you were gonna get a nat 20.
No, I didn't. But that's the problem. Is I said I wanted to just attack. Okay, all right. So like run up, grapple her, use Toothy to kind of like hold her to me. And then I'm just gonna. I'm gonna whisper in her ear and let's take this leap. And I'm going to jump the shit through this from the globe to the barrier into the other side. I'm just gonna I want to jump all the way through both sides of the globe.
Okay.
my jumping distance is insane because of mirthful leaps and
Yeah,
my
because you're a
my
satyr,
thing.
so you can just
So like basically I'm just like jumping through. I grappled her with the athletics. I still have to use my second attack to try and move her with the athletics, right?
Aria, that works.
Right?
Yeah, so you've grappled her. That's the first attack.
Yep.
Now you're moving her against your will. Against
Oh boy.
her will.
Okay.
You've got to, yeah. So you've got to do
This
that.
is the
yeah.
important one. Let's go. Hey, that's not bad. It's a dirty 30.
Dirty
Not
30.
Dirty 30.
Dirty 30.
Yeah, nah, she can't do that. So
30, flirty, and thriving. Let's go.
you hurl her through it.
She's gonna go through that. Before we do saving throws and all the other things, I don't know how fucked she actually is. Jacek is planning to like use my second action as part of that leap to basically keep her to go through the other end of the other wall of invisibility. So I
Okay,
want to take
so
her out of the
landing
globe.
and moving with her again.
Well, I if flavor-wise I can just do it all in one leap, I
Oh,
have the
right, okay.
distance, but like I'm still gonna use my third action because surprise, I'm outside of the globe. I get my haste effect again.
I got you, fam. I mean, you would have been out anyway because you're jumping, but still, I got you.
So the first one is going to be her rolling on the. It'll be the last layer of the wall. So it'll be the banishment effect first, working its way backwards.
Yep.
Right. She is going to choose to willingly fail.
Go fuck yourself.
That doesn't mean that she teleports, so
She's
she's
still
just
not
blinded.
automatically.
Yep.
It's
Vanished,
not until
though.
the end of my next turn.
It just means that at the end of your next turn, she has to make that saving throw again.
Which she can willingly fail and get the fuck out of here. No. The point is that the effect is still there, right? The point is that she has to either die before Leonid's next turn, or
Yep.
she can just choose. Do you
As
go
she
for
passes
Leonid?
through-
It's between, yeah.
As she passes
So
through the
that's-
layer after that, I need to make that saving throw.
Alice.
So that's going to be a 12 plus 13, which is 25. So the restraining petrification effect doesn't come in. And it then goes to the cold layer. That is going to be a 22.
Passes
Half then half.
only 7. Only 7 on that one.
Only 7. Cool. So 7 damage
Oh,
on
wow.
that one. I'll mark that 7. Going into the next one, before cold, that's the poison one, isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay, so poison doesn't matter. Then it comes to lightning. Maybe. She's going to willingly fail.
So only 15, or sorry, 16 then?
Oh, okay. Then after that, it's acid, right?
Yeah.
Acid.
She's not resistant. She's been through it enough times that she probably knows. I get. She's going to willingly fail that one as well.
33.
33. Yep. As she passes through the acid one, as she's passing through all these walls, one after the other, Jacek, you can see layers of her being taken off. Patches of skin eroding away. And then as she passes through the acid one, the complete outer layer of her corporeal form is broken away.
Do I lose a grip of her?
No, nothing like that.
Okay,
Nothing that changes. This
okay.
is purely aesthetic. Leonid, for the sake of damage notifications and such, she's still going to willingly fail the fire one. So could you give me the 10d6 fire damage, please?
Sure. 40.
40. Okay. She barrels through the last part of this wall being carried by Jacek. And there's a similar effect as to what happened the last time she was thrown through these walls, where there is a massive psionic banshee-like scream that rips from her. But as it does so, there's none of the physical effect that you guys felt last time. There's none of the physical act of being pushed back. There's none of the damage that's been taken from it. You don't feel a wave throw you out. But I do need everyone to make for me an intelligence saving throw.
Oh no. This is a magical effect, yes?
This is a... Oh, not technically, yes, it is a magical effect, yes.
Okay. Anyone within 10 feet of me still gets the +5. I am now near our opposite side of the...
everybody is within range
me.
except Layla and... Yeah, except Layla.
To be clear, Brent, that was going through one of the walls. I didn't quite get through the other side. Or is that going through the entire double?
That's over bum.
Yeah, but he jumped.
Like the idea is remember how I was using 3 of them? Did I basically use only my second when this happened before I got through the other half of the wall?
This is only that. Yes, so this is only your second.
Okay. So there might still be more. Okay. I reserve a rebuttal, good sir.
You. Except what I am saying is, at the current point upon which we stand, you still have your third attack action, my good fellow.
Well, we'll see about that because I'm dumb.
I'm cooked.
Son of a bitch.
I don't get your +5, and even if I did, it wouldn't help me.
I fear I only have a +1 to intelligence saving throws.
I have a +4. I rolled a nat 1.
Oh no.
Leonid, intelligence saving throw.
Shit, I also rolled a nat 1. But luck roll, I'm gonna do that again.
Okay.
Okay, that's not great. 14.
Okay. Sylas.
Man, sorry guys. I got a 15 on the die, plus 10, plus J65, so dirty 30.
Hey.
Listen, we need some people to be smart here.
Jacek,
I got a
Sylas.
I got a dirty 20.
Okay.
Thank God Druids have intelligence saving throws.
Falkner.
I don't know why, but thank God.
Some of us are just here to be hot,
Mental.
okay?
You're just mental. You're wise and you're smart. Wicked smart.
Falkner proving once again that even being the smartest one in the relationship does not save you. Layla. Layla be dumb, so... And is there a point in me rolling for Minsc? He's unconscious as well as he is Minsc.
Oh no.
He does get advantage on spell saving throws, but either way it does not do it. Okay! So, there's some things that go down. As this psionic scream rips out, tears through all of you, the walls surrounding Vlaakith's throne room smash apart. Torn asunder. But as they tear themselves apart, they leave behind a ghostly imprint of themselves. A fluctuating, almost semi-translucent version of themselves. The same with the floor. And outside you do not see the reflecting... Not the reflecting, sorry, the diminishing and rotting city that is to Unarath. Outside you see an endless expansion of dark, with swirling colorscapes, and stars spotted into existence over and over. Everybody sees that except Sylas.
Hey!
Sylas, you see everybody currently in this room, Vlaakith included. Their physical bodies fall to the floor. To the rest of you, you stare around at an astral scape. Falkner and Layla are also there, but you cannot see Sylas, as Sylas managed to succeed on the intelligence saving throw to not be affected by the astral shift. Each of you can also see, shooting off far, far, far into the distance, a silver thread coming from each of your bodies. Your astral tether, rooting you to your physical form.
Vlaakith there?
Vlaakith is
see
there.
Okay, okay.
Sylas, I would like to see what happens, what you would like to do. As you look around, everybody is unconscious, everybody drops to the ground. There is no longer any show of consciousness from anybody here. The only person living, living, awakened, anything like that in this room is you.
Even Vlaakith dropped?
Even
Or
Vlaakith
she
went down.
disappeared, like
Vlaakith's physical body is on the ground. Vlaakith's astral self is in the astral sea with the rest of you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to clamp my jaws around the Bloodsinger's crippled form and casually toss her through the wall.
Toss her into the wall.
Yeah, just
Through
toss
the
her
prismatic.
right through the prismatic wall. We don't need her. We need to stop worrying about her.
She's on what I call coup de grace level. Like you could
Bite
walk
her
up and
fucking
just
head off. Just bite her fucking head off.
I mean, real.
You're a
you know what?
dragon.
Sure. Yeah, but
Just like walk up and T-Rex that shit.
But I'm a polite dragon.
Oh, you're
I
right.
let magic burn through my enemies instead of biting their heads off.
I'm a polite dragon. Instead of just biting into my food, I like to pick it up with a fork and knife, dip it into the prismatic wall au jus, and then devour it.
the fucking fact that you referenced au jus.
But honestly, for the sake of time, Jason's kind of right. Sylas is gonna grab her, like bite, and just rip. Toss both pieces.
like taffy stretches, pulls, and then that sickening mix of squelch and crunch, as very Predator style. As the head comes off, the entire spine comes with it. The Bloodsinger is done.
That was my mommy.
Yeah, Sylas will revert back to his human form, point at the two pieces, the two halves of his corpse, and go, "And you will never appreciate the daughter you had, asshole."
Aww.
And turn around, run over. I want to see if I can make an Arcana check on on Vlaakith, on the unconscious allies, like see if I can glean what's going on.
An Arcana check can definitely be something that's done. Yeah, I will allow that.
I have the Orrery of the Wanderer, so I'm wondering if like he's a little more familiar with this kind of bullshit. Oh, that's hold on. Let me roll hit this. That's really good. Okay, 24.
24. On a 24, everybody here seems to be, they look like they're sleeping. Eyes closed, breathing, the whole shebang. The one thing that gives it away is that as you peel their eyes open to look, their eyes aren't darting around, which means they're not in a REM sleep, they're not sleeping. Knowing how Vlaakith fights, knowing the link that Vlaakith has to the astral plane, that combined with your 24 roll, I would give is enough that you can make a fairly safe assumption that some kind of shift has happened. Nobody here is dead. So you can definitely guess that part of themselves is not here.
Yep. Okay, so Sylas grabs the aura ray, raises his hand, and casts Gate. When you cast a spell, you can speak the name of a specific creature. If that creature is on a plane other than the one you're on, the portal opens in the named creature's immediate vicinity.
Okay.
So Sylas is going to go, not my Jasek, and open this portal to immediately, like, just, you thought you could get away, but, like, open in the middle of it. But I took a handful of steps there, so I imagine some fighting probably happens before Sylas shows up. I'm not sure, but yeah, Gate into the astral seas towards Jasek.
Okay. It's at that point, as that has been told that is what's happening, we go to the rest of the party. Now, to reiterate how this works for you guys. Your astral body resembles your mortal form in almost every way. Replicates your game statistics and possessions. The main difference is this silvery cord. It's your tether to your material body. As long as this tether remains intact, you can find your way home. If this cord is cut, something that can only happen only when an effect specifically states that it does, your soul and body are separated. It kills you instantly. Your astral form can freely travel through the astral plane and can pass through portals there leading to any plane. If you enter a new plane or return to the plane you were on when casting this spell, your body and possessions are transported along the silver cord, allowing you to re-enter your body as you enter the new plane. Your astral form is a separate incarnation. Any damage or other effects that apply to it have no effect to your physical body, nor do they persist when you return to it. The spell ends for you and your companions when you use your... Well, wait, that would be up to her to do that, but anyway. A successful Dispel magic spell used against an astral or physical body ends the spell for that creature. If the creature's original body or its astral form drops to 0 hit points, it does say here it does say within Vlaakith's stage 3 that there's a difference to this. In this particular instance, if you go to 0 hit points in this astral form, your tether snaps.
So I get a question. Or sorry.
Yes?
Is there more?
Are you going to ask if your health goes to full health while you're in this astral form?
Well, no. Well, because you said if they sever the cord, you die.
Yes.
That's not like different of like, oh no, I died and dropped to 0 health, and is that like different?
When your
versus...
soul is separated from your body in this way, this is listed in this thing here. It's also listed in the astral projection. The only way back from it is true resurrection or wish. That's it.
Okay. Cool. Okay. But then you said that if we get to 0, the cord severs, so we just
if you go to 0 hit points, your cord snaps.
Okay,
Finito.
so it's basically it's the same if you get to 0 or if your cord snaps.
Yes, it's if you go to 0, it's like my roll for necrotic damage. When you're in your astral self, if you go to 0 hit points, the cord snaps. You are dead. Your soul is still floating about the astral sea like, motherfuckers, I'm over here. Why is nobody talking?
Yeah.
But the only thing that can bring you back is a true resurrection or a wish spell, or by the rules that I play by, because I think it's just better, a divine capability of that significance. Something like a god directly intervening and plucking your soul back.
Sure.
So
Cool.
if we go down to 0 HP, no death saves, we're just dead.
Yeah.
Well, to be clear on
Here.
on what that means, your physical body shows signs of death. But your soul, your astral self, is still floating about like, guys, I'm right here. I am here. We all clear?
Yep. Wish, true resurrection,
Yep.
Papa Erebos.
I can try again.
You're not technically dead.
You're
Oh,
only
that should give me
you're
advantage on
only
my roll, because
mostly
I'm closer
dead.
to him.
Does spell
Mostly
magic?
dead.
Does it end if would we have to cast a spell magic on each one of us, or just on Vlaakith?
No, it would have to be this. It has to be on a body or astral self.
So each one, yeah.
So Sylas could try and attack. Your astral selves are fairly resilient unless you're being attacked by something that is also astral. Sylas would either have to target each and every single one of your astral selves or go back through the portal. Does the portal for gate stay open? Right, okay. So there's the other option. You can get to the portal.
And then just kind of merge back into our bodies.
Back into your
If you pass through the portal, you'll merge back with your body. Alright? So, as that comes into effect, and we'll see this is before Sylas comes into it, you can all see Vlaakith floating there, and Vlaakith is going to put her hand up, and an astral projection of her sword comes into being. And she says, "Now is the time you feel the wrath of a god."
Do we still have bones? Like, if I do this, is it actually like I'm ghostly? So Jason's just trying to this is really weird, right? So we're
Brand doing
ghosts with no
everything
to
bones.
scare us.
That's your
The barbarian.
fiance. Your fiance. Just remember that.
Dan, I need to
Yeah.
tell you, the way you do that is the most unfluid way I've ever seen anybody do it. It's like,
That's why.
I don't know what I'm doing. Okay.
Do
Brand,
you
you made
rest-
it look. You made it look so You made it look so good.
I can't do that. I don't know.
You gotta get a little bit more. You gotta bring the elbows up,
Elbows up. Okay.
and then kind of
Dan, why is your default stance when you bring your elbows up this? What? What?
As opposed to what here?
Just straight.
It's straight. Brad,
Ah!
Come on. I might be the straightest one here, but that's not saying much given present company. Actually, wait.
Hey, if you look at it, my arms are straight, but
Hey, Dan, look, if you look at this, it's straight, but oh, it's a
Me and
bendy
my secret
pencil! It's a bendy pencil!
Bendy sexuality. Uh-oh.
Everything looks straight until it moves the right way. Ooh. So, Jason, is your actual reaction to look at Vlaakith and go, "Yeah, but have you ever tried this?"
well, it's so Jason is kind of more just okay, looking around, trying to take a sense of things, and is kind of just okay, still got bones, everything still moves the same way, even though
Still
he's
got these guns.
he's ghostly, but he's does that mean I could just no? He's still got Toothy, and he's seeing her. She got her weapon. He's got his weapon. At this point, I kind of want to have Toothy go greatsword, just to go at her the same way. I don't know, but I spend my quick moment
Why do I imagine Falkner just putting his hand through his face this is fucking creepy. This is weird. But okay, so you're switching Toothy to greatsword.
just so she brought her greatsword, right?
Yep.
Jason kind of tests out his body, sees everyone else, and it's all right. And he's gonna have Toothy turn to a greatsword to match her. Let's kill a god.
Talus is gonna look at Vlaakith, and in this quick moment, Is your physical body too weak, so you had to pull off another pussy move to try and escape death? It's coming for you. Your phylactery's gone.
She turns to look at you and says, typical Ishtik to speak of something with heightened intelligence while knowing absolutely nothing about the facts of its existence. Your parents should have raised you better.
Well, I mean, you did, suck my mother's power into you, or whatever it is you did, and then, my other father, I actually just found out, is a fucking god of hell. So
a disappointment on
to.
both sides.
Oh,
damn! Damn!
Sylas, you just got ate up.
She's
got fire immunity though. She can't be burned.
She's gonna casually gesture with a hand and going, if that was your mother, I now understand where the flaws come from.
Yes. But the flaws lead to a lot of anger and a lot of very undeserved overconfidence. Let's fucking go.
Does this false confidence often inspire pride in others around you? Or does the mask slip to show the frightened little girl inside?
She's gonna look at everybody else. I don't know, I feel like I do pretty well.
Honestly, you're doing great given current circumstances. I'm proud of you and the growth you've shown.
J6's gonna look at her and says, I can detect... Oh, sorry, what is... I just want to make sure I have the actual ability. What is it? Detect Divine Sense. I can detect good and evil. And there is only one presence here that is frightened. It is not us. We do not fear you anymore. I can't be frightened, bitch. And also my companions within 10 feet of me can't be frightened, bitch.
Falkner is going to look at Talus, is going to look back at Vlaakith and go, I'm in the same boat as him, where I can't actually be frightened. Even so, I am going to choose to invoke my Fifth Amendment right and not perjure myself without counsel being present, because I am not passing comment on her in any way, shape or form about scared or otherwise, unless I am legally forced to. Also, fuck you.
Let's go! We're gonna go to combat, Brand. We're going into combat.
You guys are wanting to. You guys are ready to move into stage 3.
I mean, at this point, unless she's gonna be like, "Okay, I give up," it's gonna be more insults, and Jasek is ready to fuck her up until surprise. Hopefully, her.
Okay. Within Vlaakith's astral self, some things in her stat block do change. Okay? So there will be some switch-ups when we go into this. It is at this point that you guys are going to see the gate open and Sylas come through. The only difference here being Sylas is still in his physical body. Now, with the last little teeny bit of time we've got left, I do just want to double-check that a physical body in the astral sea, if there's any effects on that. Oh, no, that's astral seal.
You.
That would be terrifying. You find yourself inside a giant seal made of constellations. Earth, Earth, Earth.
Honestly, sounds pretty great right now.
That's my new story form, everybody. I'm gonna start.
I will take it. The astral plane. Okay, astral project. Doesn't see anything here. Okay. Okay, cool. So, yeah, you're still in your bodily form. You have no silver cord.
I'll look over to Jacek and say, honey, I'm home.
Please tell me this isn't yours home. You're going to pick a better place after you get married. I know several real estate agencies.
The stars are beautiful. The entertainment, and he'll gesture to Vlaakith, not so much.
Yes, I really would recommend you have better company over when you first get your place. It can really ruin the energy.
Can I at this point toss Vlaakith's physical form into through the gate?
You certainly can. I do have one heartbreaking thing to tell you all. There is one thing that will affect all of you more than Sylas. Actually, no, it affects Sylas as well, actually. Yep. Your movement speed is no longer your movement speed. Your movement speed is now 3 times your intelligence score.
The intelligence score?
Intelligence score.
Oh,
That means I'm faster.
I mean, I'll lose a lot because I don't have the flying in here, right?
yeah.
Or we all have
I mean,
the flying in here.
You do
I'm-
have... everybody can move any direction simply by thinking it.
yeah.
So...
I mean, I
all of
lose
it can
movement speed, but I'm still moving a good bunch. The problem is that means that she's probably like fucking Sonic. Gold. God, she's like Gold Sonic and just like.
Yeah.
You guys don't know what I'm
That
talking about.
gives me a 54-foot movement speed, so that's pretty good.
I gotta do maths.
So Vlaakith now has a 90 movement speed.
She has an intelligence score.
Hey Dios.
Oh,
That's
I have the
beautiful.
same as
She's a god,
Sylas.
but
54.
you have an 18 to your intelligence?
Yeah.
And your save was that shit?
I have a +4.
She
to
rolled
my
it at
intelligence.
1.
Yeah.
That's
I have a
fair.
+4.
And also, you're a sorcerer, you don't get intelligence.
Layla's,
I just need to-
Layla's thumping in here like, hey guys, I can move exactly the same that I was moving before. Falkner,
Wait. It's 15 times your intelligence score, or it's 15.
three times your
3
intelligence
times.
score.
Sorry. Okay. I knew
Not
that.
modified.
I have 3 times 15, and for some reason my brain like inverted that, and I was like, wait, 15 times my intelligence score?
Jacek is... Hold on! Jacek is smarter than Falkner by like a minor degree?
15.
What the
It's
Falkner's got
smarter
an
than
intelligence...
Tracks.
Faulkner's got an intelligence of 14.
Yeah, just a little bit.
Falkner and Landon are home same intelligence.
Everybody else just like, haha, we can move at reasonable speeds. Faulkner and Lade in the back just like
The glamour bard and ex-glamour bard just kind of vibing in the back.
They're just like putting their hands through each other's body parts like, this is so fucking weird. Yeah, so I think that's everything that's got to be put out right now. You don't need to eat or breathe or anything like that. You stop aging.
Yay.
Cool. For the 10 minutes of fight that will be in here, that'll be helpful.
Yeah, that's 10 minutes that you could have doing anything else before you eventually croak.
Here.
Yep, I think that's it.
Does
all
she have
long-lived,
a
right?
cord now? Or
That
I guess did she have a cord, and then now the body's there, or like around us?
there is no cord present
Okay.
because Vlaakith is a god. She has no direct tie to a physical sense of self. She cannot
Sure.
technically be permanently killed except by another divine being. You can remove her phylacteries and that will cause her to come back over the course of 1,000 years. But she'll still come back. Unless like Vecna turned up and went, hey, yo, so there's only room for one big lich and I've decided it's going to be me.
Why would he do that when he can just let us do the dirty work for him?
Exactly. Why would Vecna bother doing anything except for unless it was something he wanted to? And he's got no need to worry about Vlaakith because she ain't shit.
Up to him.
That's scary.
Yeah. I mean, she ain't shit to. She's majorly shit to a bunch of things, but like, there's a bunch of liches that exist in D&D. They're like, I am all powerful, wah! And Vecna's like, you're me like 2,800 years ago. Vlaakith is like Vecna's shadow. Last little paragraph to read. Nope. That's everything. So, while you guys are here, you do feel the effects of a thing called psychic wind. Only those in their astral forms are going to feel this effect. A storm of thought that batters travelers' minds rather than their bodies. The psychic wind is made up of lost memories, forgotten ideas, minor musings, and subconscious fears that went astray in the astral wind. The psychic wind has two kinds of effects, a location effect and a mental effect. A group of travellers journeying through suffers the same location effect, but each traveller affected by the wind has to make an intelligence saving throw. On a failed save, they suffer a mental effect as well. Okay?
Okay.
Cool. Good to know. So that is something that, as far as from what I see, that's at the beginning of every turn. Okay.
Thanks.
And with that, that is where we will wrap today's session. And we will begin our next session. Session 100. With the third and final stage of Vlaakith's combat. Thank you very much for everyone that came to see us, and thank you so much to all of my amazing cast for their continued excellence in this fantastic little hobby that we have together. If you liked what you've seen here, guys, please do consider going and giving us a follow, going and checking out all the weird and wonderful things we do on World Tree Quest, and do consider going and checking out Crit Awards, and nominating us for any of the categories we fit into. If you'd like to nominate any of my fantastic players here for Player of the Year, go for it. They all fucking deserve it. If you think I deserve GM, go for it. I would be more than happy to accept that. There are also two categories we also fit into. There is the best game and best GM for a D&D campaign, which would be any of the campaigns, and DM would be myself, obviously. But we also have DM and campaign, either category, for an indie game, if you'd like to nominate us for our Dragon Age campaign that happens every Saturday. Do go and check those out, have a look through, and also please do remember that when you're nominating, guys, if you are going to go and nominate and you're going to vote when the voting stage opens, please do remember to be inclusive with your votes, and please do remember to give and vote in all categories, and not just skip over the ones that your friends and your loved ones are not part of. Every single person in this TTRPG community deserves to be recognised for the amazing feats and the amazing amount of work and practice they put into their craft. That's it for plugging us. Go check all our social medias at World Tree Quest, and you can go and check out me at Son of Asgard on TikTok. I'm currently going through a rebranding. The Son of Asgard thing has kind of ran a little bit, so that may change. But at the moment I am still at Son of Asgard. At the moment we're still not entirely active on our World Tree Quest TikTok, because, you know, things with TikTok are still up in the air for our friends over in the US. So most of you will catch us on Blue Sky or on our Threads page. Other than that, that's everything I've said for me, so I'm going to pass over to my lovely players and let them plug anything they want to. Ruthie, do you want to plug anything?
Nope, I'm just here trying to survive.
Fantastic. Charlie, do you want to plug anything?
Yeah, so 2 days from now at 5, well, a little earlier than that. No, 5 p.m. CST. Welcome to the Academy, coming back for its next session. We have just finished our final exams. Constantine, unfortunately, has missed last session, so we'll be making up its exam in this upcoming one. But then, we're all going to be getting ready for the end of year ball at the Academy. So that's exciting. it's bound to be fun, even if it's just our team banter and stuff like that. But also, Strahd Zarevich is attending the ball, so if that doesn't intrigue you,
What?
I don't know what will. Come check it out.
Daddy Strahd's coming. Very literally, Daddy Strahd's. He's coming to visit his 2 children. Thank you very much for that there, Charlie. Moving on to Dan. Anything you would like to plug at all, Dan?
Nope. As mentioned, the Academy, aside from that, same as Ruthie, I'm just here trying to survive life in general, as well as the campaign.
Fantastic, thank you, Dan. And last and most certainly not least, Gil, anything you would like to plug at all while you're here?
Yeah, sure. So next Monday, or at least hopefully next Monday, we've had a couple weeks off. Loaded Dice Adventures will have our campaign kicking back up. And I, to be honest, forgot where we were just at. Oh, we went to a hellish hellscape, and we're now beneath a church in a hell land of more hell and helly hell. Hell, 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 hell. A whole lot of demons and fiends and devils, so we're kind of in a shitty spot. So come watch us, maybe wipe, but not wipe, because we're super awesome. So it's Loaded Dice Adventures, Monday, 7:30 p.m. CST on Twitch.
Fantastic, thank you very much for that, Gil. Do go and check them out, guys. A fantastic campaign, a bunch of fantastic people. If that's everything from my players, and that's everything from me, well then that's everything from us. Thank you for coming to see us today, folks. I have been your DM of Doom, Son of Asgard, or World Tree Quests, here on Twitch and YouTube. And with me today we have had Big Gilly Styles, we've had Ruthless Rogue, we've had Just Dan, and we've had Charlie 182.0 from all of us here at World Tree Quests. Good night, stay safe. If you're ever astrally projecting, avoid weird, creepy Githyanki people with glowing swords. They might sever your tether and leave you stuck there, dead. Also, don't pull a finny. Good night, folks. Good night.